Chapter 159. The meeting place was at a restaurant. Jiang Wang easily found the place and knocked on the door of the Sky No. 1 private room. A voice came from inside. "Come in." It was Zhen Wudi's voice. Jiang Wang pushed the door open and entered. He felt a sense of familiarity at first glance. The jiggling fat, the narrowed eyes, and the wretched smile. Who else could it be but Zhen Wudi, whom he had sparred with countless times in the great illusionary realm? Although his appearance in the great illusionary realm was disguised, his temperament and size could not be easily imitated. Even so, Jiang Wang still asked cautiously, "Chung Gongxing, Brother Dugu?" The young man asked at the same time. The two laughed at the same time. However, Chung Gongxing laughed louder and louder. The fat on his face jiggled. "Wahahaha, pretending to be deep all day long. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You entered the great illusionary realm and pretended to be a handsome man. Moreover, you're so old. Ha 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 ha." His appearance was slightly different from the one in the great illusionary realm. Only this annoying style was the same as before. It was very intimate. Of course, Jiang Wang was indeed not as handsome as he was in the great illusionary realm. He was travel-worn and had been wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. He did not have a chance to tidy himself up. In addition, he had used up his lifespan to use the white bone escape technique, causing his hair to turn white. The contrast between his appearance now was very clear. Although that was the case, this fatty was really too despicable. Jiang Wang pursed his lips and said indifferently, "Aren't you also not as cute as you were in the great illusionary realm?" "You don't understand," Chung Gongxing said casually. "If you want to hide, you have to be thorough. Who would have thought that the powerful but slovenly Zhen Wudi in the great illusionary realm would be so handsome in reality?" He really did not know where this confidence came from. Could it be that she considered fat to be beautiful? He had never heard of that. Jiang Wang couldn't help but remind him, "If you keep shouting like this, everyone will know who you are." Chung Gongxing laughed wildly again. "This restaurant, this street, these are all my Zhonggenjia's properties. Who can listen? To be able to occupy a street in Tianfu City where the tyrants gathered, the Chongxian clan's foundation was even more terrifying than Jiang Wang had imagined. But why was it that when he flaunted his wealth, he could flaunt it in such a way that he deserved a beating? Jiang Wang kept reminding himself that this was not the sword discourse arena. Therefore, he smiled modestly. Chung Gongxing said again, "I was worried that you wouldn't recognize me." Jiang Wang was confused. "You're pretty fat. I don't like what you're saying. Look here." Chung Gongxing leaned forward. "Look carefully. In the great illusionary realm, I was a word. In reality, I have crescent-shaped eyes." "Haha, is that so?" Jiang Wang laughed dryly. "I can see it, I can see it. Sit back down, don't get too excited." Chung Gongxing leaned back on his specially made large chair and said comfortably, "Then let's talk about the Tianfu secret realm first." The two were already very familiar with each other in the great illusionary realm, so there was no feeling of unfamiliarity when they met in reality. Jiang Wang immediately made a gesture of listening attentively. "It's like this, Brother Dugu." Jiang Wang interrupted him. "You're still calling me Brother Dugu?" His original intention was to hide his identity in the great illusionary realm and let Chung Gongxing call him by his real name. Then, Chung Gongxing hesitated. "Uncle Jiang?" Jiang Wang's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. "I'm only 18 this year." His birthday was in January, and it had already passed silently on the road. In the past, Ling He and the others would celebrate for him by eating and drinking together. But now that day was no different from the days on the road. In fact, if Chung Gongxing hadn't mentioned his age, he would have almost forgotten that it was his birthday again. Ahaha! This time, it was Zhong Xianxing's turn to laugh dryly. "Then your hair is quite elegant." "Yes, yes, yes." Jiang Wang was too lazy to explain to this annoying fellow. He only urged, "Let's talk about the Tianfu secret realm first. I still don't know what the rules are." When the Tianfu secret realm opens, the Chongxian clan will have 3 spots. As the most outstanding talent of the Zhanggenjia generation, I shoulder the future of the Chongxian clan. This exploration will be with me as the core of the exploration team. Let me tell you first what can be gained from the Tianfu secret realm, and why it attracted so many people. Although the outside world is abuzz with rumors, they might not be true. Cheng Gongxing said comfortably, "The Tianfu secret realm. The Tianfu secret realm is the secret realm. Why is the old man of the Tianfu secret realm so famous? It's because he's connected to all 5 secret realms and obtained divine powers from all 5 of them. Therefore, his inner mansion is called the Tianfu secret realm, which means that he's the #1 secret realm in the world. He once killed 3 outer mansion realm experts when he was in the inner mansion realm. He was invincible in the inner mansion realm. Unfortunately, for some reason, he disappeared after leaving the Tianfu secret realm. It's said that he went to travel the Great Void. But no matter what, no one has seen him again. People speculate that he has a way to obtain divine powers when he's in the inner mansion realm. That method is hidden in the Tianfu secret realm. Only those with cultivation below the soaring dragon realm can enter the Tianfu secret realm. After so many years, so many people have come out of the Tianfu secret realm. Someone must have obtained that method, right? Jiang Wang asked. Then why hasn't it been spread? Because everyone who left the Tianfu secret realm can't remember what happened in the Tianfu secret realm. Cheng Gongxing said, but those who obtained opportunities in the Tianfu secret realm, as long as they didn't die, all obtained divine powers when they were in the inner mansion realm. Therefore, no one knows what obstacles there are in the Tianfu secret realm, what tests there are, and what dangers there are. The only thing we can be sure of is that the Tianfu secret realm is very dangerous. Over the years, the highest number of people who had come out alive from the secret realm was only 7. At the very least, no one came out alive. Cheng Gongxing said seriously, but no one knows what the dangers are. Jiang Wang was speechless. Then, why would the Chongxian clan let you, the most outstanding talent of the current generation, participate in such a dangerous exploration? Are they afraid that you won't be able to obtain divine powers when you're in the inner mansion realm? The secret techniques of the Zhanggenjia aren't inferior to divine powers. He looked at the fatty with a smile that wasn't a smile. Could it be that the so-called most outstanding talent of the current generation of the Chongxian clan is more than one? Cheng Gongxing said without the slightest embarrassment, maybe there are a few. So, it's inevitable that there will be some competition. Of course, the main reason is that they aren't afraid of danger, are eager to forge ahead, and have the courage to climb the peak. You're already here, don't tell me you're leaving? Cheng Gongxing said nervously, this spot is very precious. Many people fight for it but can't get it. He wasn't wrong. Although the Tianfu secret realm was dangerous, the rewards were also very high. Cultivators who could obtain divine power seeds were absolute powerhouses in the inner mansion realm. The difference between divine power inner mansion and ordinary inner mansion was almost 1 level. A powerful divine power inner mansion cultivator could even compete with an outer mansion cultivator. Looking at the whole world, how many people could be sure that they could obtain a divine power in the inner mansion realm? Of course, Jiang Wang wouldn't back down. Danger was never the scariest thing. The scariest thing was never seeing hope. And a chance to obtain a divine power inner mansion cultivator was undoubtedly the light that could light up that faint hope. Then, such a precious spot. What do I have to pay? Jiang Wang asked. Cheng Gongxing didn't mince his words and said directly, I have a mental demon incantation. Before entering the Tianfu secret realm, the team formed with me as the core must swear on the mental demon incantation that after entering the Tianfu secret realm, The first opportunity to obtain a divine power seed must be given to me. After that, you can search for your own opportunity. This was very reasonable. There was no gain in the world for no reason. If you wanted to obtain something, you had to pay something. Jiang Wang didn't hesitate and said directly, "I agree." At this moment, there was a commotion outside the door. A voice shouted, "Get out of my way! Let me see who's so powerful that he can steal my spot." Chapter 160. The door was kicked open. Jiang Wang turned his head to look, only to see a luxuriously dressed man with an eagle-like nose glaring angrily at him. The two servants of the restaurant wanted to stop him, but they didn't dare to do anything to him. "You? An old man like you? Half of your body is already in the ground, and you haven't even opened the door to heaven and earth. You still want to fight with me for a spot?" He pushed away the people blocking his way and squeezed into the room, as if he couldn't believe it and was both shocked and angry. "Get out," Chung Gungxing said indifferently. The usual kindness on his fat face was gone. His voice wasn't loud, but his eyes were narrowed even more. The hook-nosed man's face stiffened, and he forced himself to say, "Brother Xing, do you really think that an old man like you is stronger than me? Cultivation isn't something that can be measured by months and years." "Brother," Jiang Wang couldn't help but say, "please take a good look. White hair doesn't mean I'm old." This man didn't dare to talk back to Chung Gungxing directly, but he showed no mercy to Jiang Wang. "Who's your brother? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" Although Jiang Wang wouldn't be angered by such a deliberate provocation, it was hard to say that he was in a good mood. At this time, Chung Gungxing's fat hand patted his shoulder lightly. "Brother Jiang, you too, don't be so polite to any Tom, Dick, or Harry." The fat man rebuked, "Is he worthy?" The hook-nosed man couldn't keep his face straight anymore. He couldn't help but say angrily, "Brother Xing, you must know your surname. You insulted our Zhonggenjia for an unknown outsider?" "Chongxian Xian, you're not qualified to teach me how to do things." Chung Gungxing looked at the hook-nosed man lazily and said, "You are you, I am me. I can't represent the Zhonggenjia, what can you represent?" "Fine." Chongxian Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Let's not talk about this first. I'm here today to ask you, Brother Xing. We're family. You took my spot and gave it to an outsider. Do you think it's appropriate?" Chung Gungxing slowly stood up from the chair and patted Jiang Wang's shoulder again to reassure him. He walked to the front of Chongshuan's Xian and looked at him. "This time, I will be the core of the Tianfu mystic realm. Everything will be based on my ability to lock down the inner palace in advance." This was the highest resolution passed by the elders. "I can choose whoever I think can help me the most. In other words, I can give the quota to whoever I want. Now tell me, why isn't it suitable? How is it inappropriate?" Chongshuan's eyes were somewhat evasive, but he still straightened his neck and said, "No matter what, I'm more trustworthy than an outsider, and I'm also stronger than him. If we're talking about help, shouldn't I be able to help you more? Otherwise, let me fight with him and see who is stronger and more qualified to take this spot. Chongxian, believe me. I'm telling you one last time." Chung Gungxing was too lazy to talk nonsense. He stretched out his fat finger and pointed at his chest, saying very calmly, "Get out." Chongshuan's expression was one of humiliation, anger, and extremely complicated. But in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. He slowly retreated, increasing the distance between him and Chung Gungxing's finger, and then turned around and strode away. His footsteps were extremely heavy, and the floor made thumping sound. "Young Master Xing." The restaurant's servant bowed and explained. Young Master Xian insisted on barging in. Chung Gungxing didn't say anything. He just waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. The door was closed again, and the servants left silently. Jiang Wang smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that I can't fight. I probably won't lose. After 10,000 miles, only one sword was sharpened. Even Jiang Wang himself didn't know how strong his sword would be when unsheathed. But he was sure that he was qualified to fight any cultivator of the same level, and had a chance to win. This included Chung Geng-shing in front of him. Even if he used both of his secret techniques, Jiang Wang estimated that he had a 50% chance of winning. And this was taking into account that Chung Geng-shing would definitely have new techniques after entering the Heaven Ascension realm. Not to mention Chongshuan's Xian, who was obviously far inferior. There's nothing wrong with that. Chung Geng-shing sat back down and said, "But why? Who does he think he is that he wants me, Chung Geng-shing's friend, to prove it to him? Brother Jiang, look at this heavenly province city. How many people want to squeeze into the heavenly province secret territory? How many people are unwilling and indignant? Do I want you to prove it to them one by one?" Chung Geng-shing lifted the wine pot and filled 2 cups. "I invited you here, so you're only responsible for coming. Other things shouldn't be settled by you. What happened just now was my negligence. I apologize to you." Aristocratic families were complicated. Jiang Wang could totally understand. Even a small family like the Fangs of Maplewood City never stopped scheming against each other. Not to mention the Chongxian family, which was a giant even in the Qi world. Qi was a superpower in the world. It was one of the 6 heroes of the world, along with Jing, Qin, Chu, Jing and Mu. The Chongxian family had taken root in such a superpower, and its power was no less than that of an average small country. It was impossible to avoid internal conflict. Jiang Wang took the cup and drank it up. He didn't mind this kind of thing. The 7th day of March was when the Heavenly Province secret territory opened. It was located in the center of Heavenly Province City. It was a deep pool with a perfectly round shape. It was called the Heavenly Province Pool, also known as the Full Moon Pool. It wasn't unusual. The water was so clear that one could see the bottom at a glance. Some people had checked the pool over and over again, but they couldn't find anything special. But every 12 years, when the Heavenly Province secret territory opened, the entire full moon pool would become deep and serene. At this time, the full moon pool was bottomless. So far, no one had heard of anyone who could see through the full moon pool in this state. The entire full moon pool was protected by a large array. Outside the array, there were high walls and long corridors. This was all done by the Qi government to prevent people outside of the quota from causing trouble and affecting the exploration of the Heavenly Province secret territory. Heavenly Province City was built around the entrance of the Heavenly Province secret territory. Therefore, the center of the city was the most important position. The Qi government had an army stationed here all year round. Heavenly Province City could be said to be as stable as a mountain. Over the years, those who wanted to die had all died. The 10 people released by the Qi government this year had already been decided. These 10 people didn't have any nationality, background, or cultivation sections. It didn't matter if they were good or evil. Only the strong could get it. The intense selection battles were also an important reason for Heavenly Province City's prosperity. Of course, now that the dust had settled, the most important moment had finally arrived. The Heavenly Province secret territory would open tonight. Jiang Wang and Chung Geng-shing came to the waiting area outside the full moon pool early. They weren't the only ones. Most people had come to the full moon pool in advance, because no one knew what would happen in the Heavenly Province secret territory. This also meant that they could do anything in the Heavenly Province secret territory. Everyone who participated in the secret territory could be a competitor. They had to observe in advance and be prepared. From this, it could be seen that Chung Geng-shing attached great importance to the Heavenly Province secret territory this time. Most of the cultivators present were participating in the Heavenly Province secret territory. Basically, they were all in the Heaven Ascension state. This was the ceiling of the Heavenly Province secret territory. In fact, many Qi cultivators who had a quota deliberately suppressed their cultivation when they were in the heaven ascension state and refused to open the heaven and earth gate. They were waiting for the heavenly province secret territory to open. If they were lucky, they would only have to wait for a year or so. If they were unlucky, they would have to wait for a whole 12 years. Whether it was worth it or not depended on the person. Many elders of the families were also waiting here. They were just helping their disciples judge their opponents before the battle and giving them pointers. The cultivators of the heavenly province secret territory guarded the surroundings to maintain order and prevent accidents. Everyone was talking to people they were familiar with. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a fierce voice suddenly shouted, "What family is this Zhang family? How can they have a quota for the heavenly province secret territory? No need to compete? I've never heard of the Zhang family in the Qi state." Chapter 161. When everyone heard the voice, they looked back and saw that the person who spoke was a tall young man. His appearance was not bad, but his eyes revealed a fierce look. He didn't look easy to deal with. However, the direction he was staring at was a cowering youth. Everyone understood why the tall young man was provoking him. He was only an 8th stage sky state cultivator. Of the people present, who hadn't come here with a cultivation base of the heavenly arrival state. They either came from famous families or had gone through fierce competition to get a spot from the heroes gathered in Tianfu City. This young man didn't have a high cultivation, and he didn't have any elders with him. He obviously didn't come from a prominent family. Not to mention, he was cowardly and unmanly. He was annoying. The person who asked is Gao Jing, a disciple of the Gao family of Jinghai. Cheng Gung Xing explained to Jiang Wang, "I don't know about the Zhang guy." Jiang Wang looked at the young man named Gao Jing. He must be powerful if Cheng Gung Xing remembered him. There was a silent young man next to Gao Jing, which meant that the Gao family had 2 spots in the Tianfu secret land. It was obvious that the Gao family of Jinghai was as powerful as the Chongxian family. As one of the top families in Qi, the Chongxian family had 3 spots in total. As one of the core members of the next generation, Cheng Gung Xing was the center of the exploration team. His opinion was very important. That was why Jiang Wang was given a spot. The other person besides Jiang Wang was a man of sacrifice who had been with him since he was a child. The man of sacrifice was unknown. He was one of the 14. He was wearing armor and his face was hidden in the helmet. He stood silently behind Zhong Xianxing, not saying a word. However, the fact that he stood behind Cheng Gung Xing showed how much Cheng Gung Xing trusted him. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone looked at the young man of the Zhang family, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. The disciples of famous families didn't want to be in the same group as the unknown. Those who had worked hard to get a spot hated him for enjoying the fruits of others' labor. The young man lowered his head and stammered, I am from the Phoenix Fairy Zhang family." "What? Who are you? What Zhang?" Gao Jing clearly wanted to humiliate him. "You can't even speak clearly. Do you have the right to covet the heavenly palace mystic realm? Did you buy your spot with money?" "No." The young man from the Zhang family raised his head in panic. It was a young and tender face. "I am Zhang Yong. This quota was passed down by our ancestors." Even though he was furious, he did not dare to go against Gao Jing. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded from outside. "Entangling with the rich and powerful, sacrificing oneself for the country, nameless general. The whole world praises Shermenli, who knows of Feng Xianzhang?" Everyone was speechless. Gao Jing's expression changed drastically. Everyone in the world knew that Jing Haigao's rise was due to the seductive noble consort Jing being favored. Both of them had died. One had died in bed, while the other had died on the battlefield. But in the end, the former's wealth continued to grow, while the latter's reputation gradually faded. This kind of undisguised mockery was obviously an insult to the Gao family. Not only Gao Jing himself, but the elders of the Gao family who accompanied him here were also furious. They wanted to see who was the one who spoke so boldly and said that they might wash away the humiliation with blood. Following this voice, 3 people walked into the high wall. There were only 3 of them, but they exuded a majestic aura. Walking on the far left was a man in scholarly robes with an unusually high forehead. He said as he walked, "Back then, the Jiang family lost their country, and the imperial descendants went into exile. Later, the Li family and the Zhang family joined forces to support Jiang Wujiu in reviving the country. First, the ancestor of the Zhang family fought 9 battles and returned 9 times before dying of exhaustion. Then, the ancestor of the Li family destroyed the city with 10 arrows and defeated the rebel army. Only then was Jiang Wujiu able to revive the country. Now, the heroes are rotten bones, and the aristocratic families have withered. Everyone knows that Shermanli has many heroes, but who still remembers Feng Xianzhang, who fought 9 battles and returned 9 times and protected Jiang Wujiu? This person was Su Xiangqian, whom Jiang Wang had met in the Yu Nation. He did not expect to meet him again here. Everyone was silent. The aristocratic families had withered, and the heroes of the past had been blown away by the wind and rain. With the Feng Xianzhang family's reputation back then, how could they only occupy one spot in the heavenly palace mystic realm? After so many years, there was only one spot left. Furthermore, only a youth with a heavenly cycle realm cultivation came here alone. There was not even a guardian by his side. It was obvious that the Zhang family had withered. However, could the descendant of a hero be humiliated for no reason? Everyone was silent. Only Zhang Yong had tears streaming down his face. Gao Jing turned around and gritted his teeth as he said to Su Xiangqian, "You wrote this poem?" At this moment, Cheng Gongxing whispered to Jiang Wang, "This person should be the foreign aide that Shermanli family invited. The one beside him is called Li Longchuan, and he is our second biggest opponent. Li Longchuan's uncle, Li Jingshu, is also here. He is a famous scholar from Green Cliff Academy." Shermanli family was indeed a famous family. Green Cliff Academy was publicly recognized as one of the 4 great academies of Confucianism. On the left was the Strong Qi family, and on the right was the World Academy. It was no wonder that the arrogant calm Si Gao family was so cautious towards a stranger like Su Xiangqian. Unexpectedly, Su Xiangqian was angry. "I, Su Xiangqian, am a talented poet. I will never deceive the world. My husband wrote this poem out of his feelings. However, it was too suitable for the occasion, so I couldn't help but recite it." "Then who's your husband?" the elder from Gaojing asked angrily, intending to pursue the matter. Li Jingshu was a tall middle-aged man. Although his hair was slightly white, he was very charming. Upon hearing this question, he smiled and said, "Xiangqian is the disciple of my best friend, Emoya. He asked me to look after him in the heaven's secret realm. Brother Gao, please treat him kindly." Although he said that he was asking Gao Jing to treat him kindly, one was his best friend and the other was looking after him. He was clearly standing up for Su Xiangqian. As for Green Cliff Academy's great scholar, Emoya, he was famous for being merciless. It wasn't strange for him to write poems to mock or even insult someone. It would be strange if he stopped scolding someone. Gao Jing's elder's face turned green and white. In the end, he could only wave his sleeves angrily. Since he's a junior, Brother Li should restrain him a little. Su Xiangqian's poem was aimed at Com Si High School's face. However, not only could they not offend Shermanli, but they also could not offend Green Cliff Academy. They could only swallow their anger. Although the Com Si High School did not want to pursue the matter, Su Xiangqian had no intention of stopping. "Speaking of being conceited, I actually have some feelings too." Su Xiangqian coughed lightly. He was probably going to compose a poem on the spot. "What are you thinking about?" What feelings do you have? Li Jingshu smiled and patted Su Xiangqian's shoulder. Only then did he manage to squeeze the poem back into his stomach. Sure, Menli was not afraid of Com-Si High School, but there was no need to offend them. Okay. I didn't. Su Xiangqian was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of these great scholars. He was already 20 years old. How could they hit him when they didn't like him? He couldn't win against them. He hung his head dejectedly and rolled his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Hey! Brother Jiang. P.S. Feelings from Reading History, Part 3. Moya after drinking lingering on the rich and noble elder to death, sacrificing himself to the country to become an unknown general. The world praises Shi Menli, but who knows about Feng Xianzhang? Note 1. In the future, if there is a complete poem, the source is from the person in the book. They are all written by the author. Chapter 162. The storm was resolved silently. The clash of families was only in the eyes of those who were observant. Su Xiangqian himself probably didn't feel anything. He was very happy to have met Jiang Wang before entering the Heaven's secret realm. The two of them could be considered friends in adversity for a short time. However, judging from Su Xiangqian's background, perhaps only Jiang Wang was in danger at that time. Brother Su, Jiang Wang said with a faint smile, why aren't you calling me uncle anymore? Su Xiangqian waved his hand. I was blind back then, I was blind. Then, he enthusiastically pulled over the handsome young man with a jade belt on his forehead and introduced Jiang Wang. This is a friend I met in your country. He looks old, but he's actually very young. His character is very good. He then introduced the handsome young man. This is Li Longchuan. He's very good at archery. Jiang Wang and Li Longchuan looked at each other and smiled helplessly. After greeting each other and chatting for a while, Jiang Wang felt Cheng Gengxing poking him. Cheng Gengxing naturally knew Li Longchuan, but he didn't take the initiative to talk to him. Instead, he secretly poked Jiang Wang with his chubby finger, and his voice secretly penetrated into Jiang Wang's ears. Be careful, this is our competitor. Li Longchuan probably noticed Cheng Gengxing's little movements and said with a smile, Brother Chongxian, how have you been? Thanks to you. Zhongxian Xing snorted from his nostrils. I'm doing pretty well. Li Longchuan smiled and didn't say anything. Cheng Gengxing glanced at him again. Why does the great Li Longchuan need external help? Of course I don't need it. Li Longchuan smiled faintly, revealing his strong confidence. Brother Su isn't my external help. This time, he doesn't need to help me fight for opportunities in the Heaven's secret realm. Whoever gets it will get it. Speaking of which, he's my competitor. And he won't show any mercy. That's right. Su Xiangqian continued with a righteous look on his face. In a battle between gentlemen, we must go all out. Cheng Gengxing felt like he had been slapped in the face. He was very bored. He tugged at Jiang Wang's sleeve and said, Then let's meet in the Heaven's secret territory. We have to go to the side to discuss tactics. After saying that, he forcefully pulled Jiang Wang to a corner. 14 naturally followed him closely. Jiang Wang could only smile apologetically at Li Longchuan and Su Xiangqian before following them. Actually, there was no need to discuss any tactics. Everything that needed to be discussed had already been discussed. As for the rest of the situation, everyone knew nothing about the Heavenly Palace secret realm, so there was nothing to discuss. Cheng Gengxing simply wanted to distance himself from Li Longchuan. Jiang Wang knew this, and so did Li Longchuan. Perhaps Su Xiangqian was the only exception. He even waved his hand enthusiastically. Brother Jiang, see you in the mystic realm. A gentleman's quarrel. After saying that, he clenched his fists vigorously. Cheng Gengxing pulled Jiang Wang to a corner and warned, although Li Longchuan looks ordinary, he's very strong. We can't let our guard down. Don't stay with him for too long. If you do, his arrows will automatically find your weakness. Jiang Wang was a little surprised. So scary. He had overlooked Chung Gongxing's inexplicable confidence in his looks. Or rather, he had unknowingly gotten used to it. What do you think? Chung Gongxing rolled his small eyes with great effort. Suddenly, he said with some embarrassment, logically speaking, we're friends. I shouldn't let you find opportunities for me. But reserving a divine ability is very important to me. When I get it, I'll immediately get it for you. What's wrong with that? Jiang Wang laughed. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. You didn't trick me. I agreed to it myself. Besides, even if I'm willing to help others find opportunities, would they be willing to give me a spot? Chung Gongxing was obviously a little moved. He patted Jiang Wang's shoulder. It's great that you can think like that. In fact, sometimes it wasn't easy for people to distinguish good from bad. The problem of propriety was the most difficult to grasp. As the saying goes, if you help a person, you'll hate him. It was when both sides didn't have a good grasp of propriety. If you kept everything to yourself, it would only cause a rift in your heart, and the rift would grow bigger and bigger. Like Chung Gongxing, who put things out in the open, it wouldn't easily damage their friendship. Time slowly passed in their respective apprehension, anticipation, and communication. Suddenly, someone saw that at some point in time, the reflection of a full moon had appeared in the center of the full moon lake. But the full moon clearly hadn't risen yet. At this moment, night fell. The entire outer building of the full moon lake was a circular corridor that surrounded the lake. The cornice of the corridor didn't cross the boundary. The entire full moon lake was exposed under the night sky. According to past experience, when the full moon overlapped with the full moon in the lake at a certain time, the heaven's secret realm would open. Jiang Wang looked at the sky. There was still some time before the moon was in the middle of the sky. At this moment, thud, 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 the constant and clear sound of footsteps rang in everyone's ears. Chung Gongxing's expression changed. He said to Jiang Wang, "Our biggest opponent is here." The person who walked out of the corridor and to the side of the full moon lake was a man in martial attire with an extremely long face. His face was extremely long, but he didn't look ugly. Instead, because of his sharp eyes and tall nose, he had his own unique charm. Even though the heaven's secret realm was about to open, the crowd couldn't help but whisper, "Why is he here? Wang Yiwu, why is he here? Why does he need it?" This was a commotion that hadn't happened even when Li Longchuan came in. It was obvious how much pressure he brought. "Who is he?" Jiang Wang transmitted his voice to avoid trouble. Chung Gongxing's angry voice came into his ears. "He's the last disciple of De Qi's military god, Jiang Mengxiong. He's the youngest and has the lowest cultivation, but Jiang Mengxiong expects him to be the next military god of Qi. He doesn't need to come to the heaven's secret realm. Although he's still in the reaching heaven state, he sensed his superpower seed as soon as he opened his meridians. His torso C has already been cleansed. The heaven and earth gate is as fragile as a piece of paper to him. As long as he opens the heaven and earth gate, he'll be able to open the inner mansion and get the superpower. He doesn't need to practice in the soaring dragon state. He's still in front of the heaven and earth gate because he's too strong. The heaven and earth gate doesn't consume too much of his strength. The moment the soaring dragon appears, he won't be able to restrain his strength. It's very likely that his torso C and the foundation of the Great Path will be damaged. Jiang Mengxiong has been trying to increase the strength of his heaven and earth gate. The heaven and earth gate was an impregnable pass on the path of cultivation. It stopped countless cultivators. Some people couldn't open the heaven and earth gate in their entire lives. Some people were physically and mentally exhausted after opening the heaven and earth gate, unable to control the soaring dragon of the Tao Meridian. This led to a congenital deficiency in the soaring dragon state. Geniuses like Wang Yiwu had to slow down because the heaven and earth gate was too weak. Jiang Wang also caught an important point from Cheng Gongxing's words. Wang Yiwu didn't need to come to the heaven's secret realm, but he still came. So? Jiang Wang asked, he came for you? With Cheng Gongxing's strength, if he used all of his combat power, he could easily enter the top 100 reaching heaven states in the great illusionary land. He finally understood why someone as strong as Cheng Gongxing needed to find a helper to explore a secret realm where all opponents were limited to the soaring dragon state and below. Cheng Gongxing's expression was extremely unsightly. I didn't think he would. Thud. 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 The sound of boots hitting the ground seemed to be knocking on the hearts of all the competitors. Wang Yiwu walked through the crowd and went straight to Cheng Gongxing in the corner. It's not too late to go back now, he said. At this moment, Cheng Gongxing's expression was frighteningly calm. He narrowed his small eyes. You and Yonggenzuan are really close friends. He didn't threaten him, because threats were useless. He didn't provoke him, because provoking him would only bring disgrace to himself. But he wouldn't go back. He would only fight back. People who didn't get along well with Cheng Gongxing would find him complicated. Sometimes childish, sometimes profound. However, very few people knew of his ruthlessness and tenacity. As for Cheng Gongxing's reaction, Wang Yiwu was neither angry nor amused. He didn't speak anymore. He just turned sideways and stood next to Cheng Gongxing, Jiang Wang and Shi. He didn't say another word. But there was no need to say anything. P.S. Happy New Year. I hope you can find your own direction. Let's continue to work hard next year. Chapter 163. The full moon pond was like a mirror, but it didn't reflect anyone on the shore. This was the first time many people had come to the full moon pond, so they were amazed. The moon in the sky was not reflected in the water. The moon in the water was also silent like an illusion. The moon in the water was in the center of the water. After it appeared, it remained motionless. Looking at the night sky from the circular corridor, the moon in the sky was tilted to one side. Time passed bit by bit, and the scene gradually quieted down. Everyone waited with bated breaths, silently preparing. Finally, the moon was in the middle of the sky. The moon in the sky was in the center of the circular corridor, facing the moon in the full moon pond. At this moment, the moon in the sky overlapped the moon in the water. The full moon pond, which had been calm all this time, changed. The moon in the water suddenly swayed. Jiang Wang knew it wasn't an illusion. A change was about to happen. It was as if an invisible hand had reached into the full moon pond and scooped up the moon in the water. The moon in the water was like a paper cut. It left the full moon pond and floated above the pond. Although it was like a paper cut, its thickness couldn't be seen from the side. From the front, the moon in the water slowly expanded until it became a full moon as tall as a person. This was the entrance to the heavenly palace mystic realm, known as the Moon Gate. The cultivators present bid farewell to their friends and family, because this parting might be forever. The dangers of the heavenly palace mystic realm were as famous as its rewards. The heavenly palace mystic realm is so scary. So many people, I'll be the first. Su Xiangqian quickly recited a poem and jumped into the Moon Gate. However, rather than saying that they were valiantly competing, it would be more appropriate to say that they were scurrying away like rats. He probably knew that this poem would get him beaten up. Li Longchuan followed closely behind. His feet bent like a bow, and his body shot out like an arrow. Everyone's vision blurred, and he disappeared into the Moon Gate. No one stopped and rushed into the Moon Gate. Let's go too, Cheng Gongxing said in a low voice. He grabbed Jiang Wang's sleeve with his left hand and 14th's armor with his right as they entered the Moon Gate. The moment they entered the Moon Gate, Jiang Wang's hair stood on end. This was because he could feel Wang Yiwu closing in on him from behind. He did not hide the fact that his target was Cheng Gongxing. Due to the uniqueness of the Heaven's secret realm, no one would remember what had happened inside. This also meant that he could do whatever he wanted inside. No matter what he did, there would be no evidence left behind. This included killing disciples of famous clans like Chung Gung Shing. Wang Yiwu stuck close to them and entered the Moon Gate. Of course, it wasn't to make friends with them. Jiang Wang's hand was already on his sword. He was ready to attack. Facing an opponent like Wang Yiwu, Chung Gung Shing and 14 were definitely prepared to fight to the death. The Moon Gate was like an illusion. There was no obstruction when he passed through it, and he didn't feel anything strange in his body and mind. But when he landed, it was empty. Not only was Wang Yiwu nowhere to be seen, even Chung Gung Shing and 14 were nowhere to be seen. It turned out that after entering the Heaven's secret realm, everyone would be separated. Jiang Wang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Although the battle with Wang Yiwu was unavoidable, it was good to have more time to prepare. Facing such a strong opponent, no matter how cautious he was, it was not excessive. On his left was a small river with gurgling water. The water grass swayed and the fish swam contentedly. The water was very clear. Jiang Wang used a Dao technique to condense a stone and threw it in. It didn't disturb any ferocious beasts in the water. Perhaps this river was very safe, but he couldn't be completely sure. But at least there was no problem with the Dao technique. The river was very long. It meandered into the distance and one couldn't see the end. The river wasn't wide. Jiang Wang could jump over it, but he didn't make such an attempt. Green grass grew on both sides of the two rivers. The opposite side of the river was flat land. In the distance, one could see the undulating outline of mountains. Standing on this side of the river and looking to the right, there was a dense forest. Similarly, one couldn't see the end of it. The air was very fresh. Jiang Wang smelled it carefully. There was the fragrance of water and grass. This shouldn't be an illusion. Although there was a precedent of the Great Void Illusion Realm, it could also be made so real. But when he entered the Great Void Illusion Realm, he only entered his divine sense, but the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm brought his physical body. Also, if one died in the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm, they would really die. Over the years, many cultivators could prove it. Was this a hidden blessed land? Or did the Moon Gate have some kind of teleportation ability? Jiang Wang observed the environment before taking off a jade pendant from his belt. It was oval in shape and a lip was carved on it. This was one of the preparations Chung Gung Shing had made before entering. It was the sound pendant. He, Chung Gung Shing, and 14 each had one so that they wouldn't be separated. This strange item could allow the holder to communicate from a distance. It was very convenient. Of course, the distance couldn't be more than 50 miles. But when Jiang Wang tried to inject his Dao essence, the sound pendant didn't have any reaction. It wasn't that the distance was too far, but that it was completely ineffective. This also meant that many of Chung Gung Shing's preparations were ineffective. The Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm most likely restricted the use of all kinds of strange items. It only depended on one's strength. This wasn't good news. It wasn't that Wang Yiwu, as the last disciple of De Qi's military god, wasn't as strong as Chung Gung Shing. But with Wang Yiwu's strength, he shouldn't need to prepare too many strange items to enter the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm. And he didn't have so much time to prepare. Chung Gung Shing should be able to recover some of the disadvantages in this aspect. But because of the special nature of the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm, it was all for naught. Even the sword in Jiang Wang's hand had lost the ability to trigger the golden light arrow. Of course, it was better than nothing now. Jiang Wang put away the sound pendant and opened his palm. Green wood elemental essence qi condensed in his palm, forming the image of a small blade of grass. The grass waited for a while, and then lowered its head, as if it was recalling the past. The direction was forward. This wasn't a bad direction. According to the current situation, it was undoubtedly the safest to walk along the river bank. With a wide field of vision, he could react immediately if he encountered any danger. In the heavenly palace mystic realm, the most uncomfortable thing was the unknown. He didn't know what kind of test he would experience, and he didn't know how the seed of magical power would appear. Everything was at a loss. Jiang Wang walked along the river bank, paying attention to both sides of the river along the way, including the dense forest and the distant mountains. But it was very calm and nothing happened. The 50 people who entered the heavenly palace mystic realm together have all scattered? Why can't I see a single person? Is the heavenly palace mystic realm so big? Jiang Wang fell into deep thought. He thought for a while and used remembrance again. He had walked for a long time, but remembrance was still pointing ahead. Either remembrance is ineffective in the heavenly palace mystic realm, but this doesn't make sense. The other Taoist techniques aren't affected. And if remembrance is ineffective, the grass shouldn't move or spin randomly, instead of lowering its head. If remembrance isn't ineffective, either Chung Gung Xing is very far away from me, and no matter how fast I speed up, I can't catch up with him in a short period of time. Either when I'm moving forward, Chung Gung Xing is also moving forward. Or Jiang Wang suddenly stopped in his tracks. I haven't actually left. Chapter 164. Jiang Wang changed his direction and used the recollection grass again. The recollection grass pointed behind him. This meant that his sense of direction was not wrong. Jiang Wang squatted down and pressed a fireball into the ground. Silently, the violent fireball burned a hole the size of a human head into the ground. Jiang Wang stared at the hole and began to walk backward. He was sure that he was indeed moving. The hole was getting farther and farther away, and it was getting smaller and smaller in his sight. Suddenly, he was sure that he did not blink, but the hole disappeared. Jiang Wang took a few steps back to his original spot. The riverbank was covered in green grass, as if the hole had never appeared. What's going on? Is this really an illusion realm? Is it an illusion realm that is different from the great illusionary realm and can bring the physical body in? Is it of a higher level than the great illusionary realm? No, if the physical body can also enter and experience everything, it is no longer an illusion realm. It is almost equivalent to creating a world. The possibility is too small. First, I have to confirm that the physical body has indeed entered here. The experts waiting for their disciples outside the moon gate are proof. The cultivators who have not been able to walk out of the moon gate are also proof. Jiang Wang thought. At the same time, he sensed the moon key in his palm, trying to enter the great illusionary realm here. It was useless. In the heavenly secret realm, he could not sense the great illusionary realm. This place was isolated from many things, including those strange artifacts and the power of the moon. Of course, this did not mean that the heavenly secret realm and the great illusionary realm were of a higher level. Jiang Wang turned his head and looked at the river. The river was clear, and the aquatic plants and fish were very clear in his eyes. Therefore, most people would place their doubts and vigilance in the dense forest and distant mountains. They subconsciously ignored the river itself. Jiang Wang first used a Dao technique to condense stones to test the river. The water moved and the fish were frightened, but there was nothing abnormal. But after thinking about it repeatedly, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He cast a Dao technique, and 2 vine snakes darted into the water, trying to catch a fish. The fish was startled and fled. Jiang Wang controlled it from afar and pushed the vine snakes to the limit, but the fish swam even faster. It was like a silver chain in the water, moving left and right. How could an ordinary fish be so fast? And if it wasn't an ordinary fish, why would it be frightened by the stone? Jiang Wang immediately figured out the problem. Without hesitation, he stepped into the river. Before it overlapped with the moon in the sky, the moon gate was in the full moon pond. This was the most obvious hint. The door was in the water. It was the same river and the same riverbank. Li Longchuan stood on the shore but did not move. He opened his arms and made a gesture of drawing a bow. An arrow suddenly shot out and stopped in the air. Li Longchuan was not in a hurry. He waited quietly for a while before loosening the string. The arrow shot straight into the river. Li Longchuan didn't even look around as he walked straight into the river. Su Xiangqian was the first to encounter this scene. However, he was used to being straightforward. The first thing he thought about was not how to find opportunities, but let's grill a fish first. He looked at the fish swimming in the river. His eyes lit up and he shook his head. Fish is also what I desire. Bear paws are also what I desire. You can't have both at the same time, so you have to do it differently. Stewed bear paws and steamed fat fish. They can't be mixed. Come on. He reached out with his hand, and a large white gaseous palm reached into the river with the chi of noble man. Steaming is also what I desire. Grilling is also what I desire. I can't have both. Confucius said, it depends on what is convenient. He was randomly reciting scriptures, but the big hand formed by the chi of righteousness was not chaotic at all. It moved left and right in the river. However, the fish was even more agile and always managed to escape before it was caught. Hey, I don't believe it. Su Xiangqian rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the river. The 50 people who entered the Heaven's secret realm all showed their skills. Some walked along the riverbank and did not find any problems. Some went to the other side of the river and ran to the distant mountains. Some directly went into the dense forest. None of them came back, because stepping into the river was the only way to avoid fighting in the initial stage. The dangers in the distant mountains and the dense forest were beyond their ability to resist. The only exception was Wang Yiwu. He had entered the Heaven's secret realm, so he had used the secret technique of the military to mark Cheng Gung Xing in advance. But the direction of the secret technique was in the distant mountains on the other side of the river. He didn't hesitate at all. He crossed the river and walked toward the distant mountains. He didn't think, because he didn't need to. Since someone had come out of the Heaven's secret realm alive, he would definitely be able to come out alive. Because among the reaching heaven states, De Qi's military god Jiang Mengxiong had said that he was the strongest in the world. He walked into the distant mountains. The distant mountains rumbled. Gao Jing stepped into the river. The water was clearly water, but he couldn't feel the water when he stepped into it. He walked deeper and deeper into the water. The water drowned him. He could clearly hear the sound of flowing water and feel the water vapor, but the water didn't touch him. A flight of stairs appeared under his feet. They seemed to be carved out of white jade. The white jade stairs extended downwards. He couldn't see the end. Gao Jing calmed himself down and walked forward. Although he was surprised to be separated from his family, he was from the Gao family of Jinghai. He was strong and experienced, so he wasn't at a loss. If he walked forward now, he would be walking down. His footsteps made almost no sound on the jade stairs. He was fully alert, but he didn't stop walking. Time passed very slowly underwater. Because he had lost his reference point, he could only remember his own footstep. After walking for about 9 miles, he stepped down. He reached the end of the jade stairs. There was a long passageway in front of him. The passageway was inlaid with gold and jade. It was carved into a long scroll. He couldn't tell the specific story, but he could roughly tell that a group of ancient nobles were having a banquet. On both sides of the passageway were blood corals half the height of a person. Every blood coral had a different appearance. He looked forward. Everything in front of him suddenly opened up. Behind the tall red jade archway was a palace that couldn't be described with words. The Gao family of Jinghai was famous for its wealth. The Gao family's residences were each more luxurious than the last. There were all kinds of treasures in the world. The nobles of the various countries were everywhere. But at this moment, Gao Jing felt that those residences were even worse than thatched hut. The palace in front of him was even carved out of crystal. Occasionally, it was decorated with pearls. These didn't mean much to Gao Jing, but he recognized the beams of the palace as moon-washing Nanmu. The wood was snow-white. It was the best material for refining magic spears. A spear shaft was already worth a city. This palace actually used this wood as its beams. Upon closer inspection, how could those glowing pearls be ordinary pearls? Every pearl was filled with smoke. They were clearly smoke-screen pearls. They were also top-notch magic tool materials. Just the ones he recognized were enough to make him gasp in amazement, let alone the ones he couldn't recognize. This palace shone brilliantly. It didn't look like it belonged in the mortal world. He used a great deal of willpower to restrain his spirit and retract his gaze to the red jade archway in front of the palace. He saw the book on the archway, The Dragon Palace of the Treasury. Chapter 165. Was the Heavenly Mansion Elder's true form a dragon? Gao Jing was bewildered. This went against common sense. The Heavenly Mansion Elder was a modern-era existence, and the dragon race had been extinct before then. The modern era generally referred to the first year of the Tao calendar to the current year 3918. In other words, the dragon race had not appeared in human sight for at least 4,000 years, or even earlier. If the Heavenly Mansion Elder's true form was a dragon, he should have been discovered long ago. Was this the reason why the Heavenly Mansion Elder went missing? Gao Jing stopped his thoughts. Now was not the time to explore the secrets of history, and it was not important. What was important was that since this place was called the Heavenly Mansion Dragon Palace, the opportunity for the divine ability Inner Mansion was likely to be here. He did not know how many people had discovered the path in the water. Had someone arrived early? Or had everyone seen a Heavenly Mansion Dragon Palace? Walking along the long corridor, Gao Jing stopped in his tracks, because he saw a person behind the scarlet jade archway. The cowardly Heavenly Cycle Realm kid from the Zhang family, seemed to be called Zhang Yong? You're here alone? Where are the others? Gao Jing did not think much of him. He had already entered the Heavenly Mansion Mystic Realm, and the quota was gone. There was no point in chasing him out. However, he did not ask politely. As a rising star of Qi, the calm Sigao family had always disliked those ancient families. They believed that they were stubborn and should have been eliminated by history. This was also the reason why he was dissatisfied with Zhang Yong for being able to obtain a spot despite her weak strength. Zhang Yong did not seem to mind what had happened at the Full Moon Lake. He pointed behind him and said casually, "It's all in the Dragon Palace. There are 5 Dragon Palaces in the water, and there's only one opportunity for the Divine Ability Seed in each Dragon Palace." Gao Jing immediately wanted to rush into the Dragon Palace, but he stopped and asked cautiously, "How do you know?" "Here." Zhang Yong pointed forward with his mouth. "It's written here." Looking at the back of the red jade archway, there were indeed simple rules engraved on it. There were 5 dragon palaces underwater, and each dragon palace was limited to 10 people. There was only one opportunity in each dragon palace. The word 2 was engraved on the back of the red jade archway. This must be the second of the 5 dragon palaces. However, with the Sky Mansion Dragon Palace in front of them, most people would not stop to look at the back of the scarlet jade archway. "How many people did you see go in?" Gao Jing asked. 5. Gao Jing nodded and was about to walk into the Dragon Palace. Zhang Yong continued, "That's right, another member of your Gao family went in as well. But I heard his screams before, it seems like he was killed." Gao Jing's face sank. Naturally, he was prepared for this when he entered the Heavenly Palace secret realm. It was just a pity that he had one less helper. He thought for a moment, then said, "Don't think that my heart will soften just because you told me this. It's fine if you keep hiding here, but if you dare to come in and snatch the opportunity from me, I won't show any mercy." "It's all right." Zhang Yong finally moved her gaze away from the scarlet jade tile tower. She looked at Gao Jing and smiled. I just want you to die with some understanding. The interior of the Dragon Palace was still extremely luxurious. Any knowledgeable person who came in would be dazzled. On the other hand, Jiang Wang was very calm. In any case, he didn't recognize any of the materials. What precious pearls, what precious wood to him, they were nothing more than beautiful things. Before entering the Dragon Palace, he had observed the introduction on the back of the scarlet jade tile tower. He knew that the Dragon Palace should be the place for direct competition. Of course, he still didn't know what the opportunity that represented the divine power inner palace was. The order of this Dragon Palace was C. Jiang Wang estimated that he was the fourth group to discover the door in the water. After all, he had wasted a lot of time on the river bank. But it was also possible that the order of entering the Dragon Palace was disrupted. It was hard to say. He had just searched around the main hall when he heard footsteps behind him. Jiang Wang turned around abruptly. After entering the Heavenly Palace secret realm, he had always been in combat mode. Especially in the Dragon Palace, he shouldn't let down his guard. This was because the back of the Scarlet Jade Tile Tower only described the upper limit of the number of people entering the Dragon Palace. There was no lower limit. This meant that he could kill everyone and then calmly search the Dragon Palace. He didn't have to wait for the opportunity to appear and then fight with a group of people. Jiang Wang didn't intend to do this, but he couldn't guarantee that others wouldn't think so. Don't have the heart to harm others, might not be believed by others, but don't let your guard down was definitely the truth. The person who came in was obviously from a good family and was used to living like a prince. His actions carried an air of nobility. Are you Zheng Genjia's friend? He laughed before speaking. I saw you and Chung Gongxing outside. I'm Tian Yong. Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang kept an appropriate distance. Tian Yong didn't say much. After looking around, he said to Jiang Wang, I'll go to the left side hall. Brother Jiang, go to the right side hall. Let's rely on luck. Okay. Since there was nothing to gain in the main hall, Jiang Wang turned and walked to the right side hall. He didn't reject killing, but he didn't think that killing was the best method. Especially now that the opportunity hadn't appeared, it wasn't time to fight for it. It was best if Tian Yong didn't want to kill in advance, but if he wanted to sneak attack from behind, his hand never left the sword hilt. The Dragon Palace was a very distant concept to Jiang Wang. Dragons were mythical creatures. In many legends, the Dragon Palace represented extreme luxury and wealth. What he saw now was indeed so. The side hall was very quiet. Only his own footsteps could be heard. The hall was lit with an everlasting lamp. The lamp seemed to have flickered for thousands of years. Since entering the Heaven's secret realm, he hadn't encountered any other living creatures. The only living creatures in the secret realm were probably the cultivators who came in. This Dragon Palace was the same. He agreed to explore the right side hall because the recollection showed that Chung Gongxing was also in this direction. However, there were no traces of movement in the Dragon Palace. The Heaven's secret realm is a place where reality and illusion exist, half-truths and half-lies. Jiang Wang searched as he walked. He didn't let go of any place. No one knew what the opportunity was or how it would appear. After searching several side halls, he still found nothing. As time slowly passed, Jiang Wang gradually became irritated. At this moment, he suddenly heard a scream. It was Tian Yong's voice. It was in the main hall. Jiang Wang immediately turned and rushed back to the main hall of the Dragon Palace in less than 10 breaths. At this time, there were 5 people standing in the hall. To be precise, 4 people faintly surrounded a person wearing a riches hat in the middle. It seemed that they were cultivators who entered the Dragon Palace after he and Tian Yong separated to search. At the feet of the cultivator wearing the riches hat, Tian Yong was lying straight on the ground. His face was black and blue, and he had no breath. He couldn't be more dead. Chapter 166. Everyone looked over. Jiang Wang frowned and asked, "Did you kill him?" This wasn't a good sign. The opportunity hadn't appeared yet, but someone had already died. This meant that the following competition would be very bloody and tragic. The uniqueness of the Heavenly Palace secret realm made it an isolated island of human nature. Ethics, morals, and laws couldn't be bound by human rules. In the main world, in any country with complete laws, murderers would be punished. Transcendent cultivators could kill countless people with a flick of their fingers, but almost no transcendent cultivator who wanted to live under the sun would do so. Even if they were transcendent cultivators, they had to bear the consequences of killing. That was why those heretical sects were hated by everyone and couldn't see the light of day. But in the Heavenly Palace secret realm, all the restrictions of reality didn't exist. Because here, no one would know what was done, and there was no need to take responsibility. Therefore, anything could happen. Those who committed crimes often hid their faces, and those who plotted against others often hid their names. A great scholar from the Twilight Drum Academy once said that human nature couldn't be tested in the darkness because human nature was the darkness itself. The cultivator wearing the hat had an ugly expression. It wasn't me. This person had a flat nose and a dark face. He was already ugly, and when his expression became ugly, it couldn't be described as ugly anymore. It made him look even more terrifying. So it was like that. It was likely that everyone had rushed to the main palace after hearing the commotion. Some came first, some came later. Among the 4 people who came later, no one should have seen how Tianyong died with their own eyes. So they only faintly surrounded the hat, but no one made a move. "It wasn't you?" The woman standing in the northeast corner said coldly. "I heard the sound and rushed over. In less than 3 breaths, you were already standing next to Tianyong's corpse. Could it be that you were faster than me?" 7 breaths. 5 breaths. 6 breaths. The other 3 reported the time. Some of them rushed back from the front hall, some from the back hall, and some ran to the red jade archway to search for clues. "You all saw me rush over," Jiang Wang said as he met their gazes. The face of the hat became even uglier. "Of course I was faster than you, because when I heard the sound and turned around, he was already dead." "That's even more interesting," the woman sneered. "Could it be that he died because of your ugliness?" "You!" The rich hat cultivator's honor was indeed lacking. He was enraged when he heard this. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I didn't kill her. But if you want to cause trouble, feel free to do so. Lien Ke, don't be so angry. Tell us what happened," a cultivator with a mature face said. He should know the cultivator in the wealthy hat, but their relationship was probably not that close. Although his words helped Lien Ke out of the predicament, the figure blocking his way did not move. Standing in front of Jiang Wang was a man wearing a long cloak. It should be in the same direction as Jiang Wang, but after Jiang Wang appeared, he silently moved aside. He maintained sufficient vigilance. At this moment he also said, "That's right. Tell me how you killed Tianyong, the son of the Tian clan of the Great Lake Commandery. He must have a lot of treasures on him, right?" His voice was inexplicably cold and inhuman. Lien Ke angrily glared at him, but he wasn't a fool and didn't want to be besieged by everyone. He patiently explained, "I originally went to the rear hall to search for fated chances, but then I suddenly remembered that I hadn't carefully searched the main hall. Although others must have already searched it, I still felt more at ease. So I turned back. I just happened to meet Tianyong in the main hall. He had just returned. We chatted for a while and exchanged information. I didn't want to search for clues in front of him, so I decided to go to the rear hall first. At this time, I suddenly heard his screams. I turned around and saw that he was already dead. I didn't even have time to investigate the cause of death before all of you came. If what you said is true, then who could have killed Tianyong in such a short time? Moreover, you, Lien Ke couldn't detect it? Is there such a strong person below the soaring dragon realm? The woman from before questioned. Maybe. But he wasn't in this dragon palace. Moreover, if he was, he wouldn't have hidden himself, the mature cultivator said. The woman's expression froze. She knew who this person was talking about. She immediately said, "Since Wang Yiwu wasn't here, then why is he here?" It was obvious that Lien Ke was lying. "Why, Zhao Fangyuan, does your Four Seas trading firm still want to protect the people of the Lien family?" The mature cultivator shook his head. "I just feel that since the fated chance hasn't appeared yet, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Of course, if Lien Ke chooses to kill in advance, we might as well push him out of the competition first." Naturally, the only way to push him out of the competition was to kill him. The cultivator from the Four Seas trading firm seemed to be helping Lien Ke, but he was the first to show his killing intent towards Lien Ke. The cultivator wearing a long cloak echoed in a gloomy voice, "That's right." The female cultivator from the northeast corner also took 2 steps forward. In fact, no matter whether it was true or not, one less competitor meant one more chance for oneself. In particular, the Lien family of Scarlet Sun had a very high background and Lien Ke's strength was extraordinary. Being able to push such an opponent out of the competition ahead of time was undoubtedly a good thing for one's competitors. Since the fated chance hasn't appeared yet, isn't it a bit too hasty for everyone to kill each other? Jiang Wang took a few steps towards the center of the hall. Firstly, he didn't agree with the conclusion that Lien Ke was the murderer. Secondly, these 3 people were faintly showing signs of forming a small group. If they were allowed to kill Lien Ke at this time, then after they tasted the sweetness of victory, it was very likely that they would follow suit and push the others out of the competition one after another. This was very disadvantageous for him, who was alone here, so he had to stop them. "Maybe he was poisoned," the tall man standing at the entrance of the main hall said. He had been silent all this time and only spoke now. "Why don't we examine Tian Yang's body first and find out the cause of his death? It won't be too late to make a decision then." Then, Zhao Fangyuan said, "Who's good at autopsy?" Cheese commerce was developed, and the power of the trading firms couldn't be underestimated. The 2 biggest trading firms were the Jubao Merchants and the Four Seas trading firm. Both of them had powerful forces that weren't inferior to ordinary aristocratic families. Zhao Fangyuan, who came from the Four Seas trading firm, was naturally not afraid of Lien Quebec. However, at this time, Jiang Wang and the tall man had expressed their opposition. Even if the remaining 3 joined forces, it would only be a 3-on-3 situation. Therefore, she had to let it go lightly. "I'll do it," the tall man said. "I'm Ji Xiu from the East King Valley. I've studied autopsy techniques before." The East King Valley was a world-famous sect of the Tao of medicine. This kind of background was indeed convincing. At the same time, the East King Valley was also an independent sect that didn't belong to any country. Its position was relatively impartial. Lien Ke glared at Zhao Fangyuan fiercely. He looked like he was going to fight to the death if there was any disagreement. However, he still moved aside to let Ji Xiu come over to examine. Jiang Wang had no objection. The cause of Tian Yang's death was very important and related to everyone's personal safety. If he was poisoned to death, they needed to know what kind of poison it was so that they could be prepared. If he was killed by force, they needed to know who the culprit was. Was it a cultivator who came in with them, or was it a hidden danger in the Dragon Palace? Even if he was killed by Lien Ke, they still needed to eliminate this dangerous person. Just as Ji Xiu walked to Tian Yang's body, squatted down, and was about to start the autopsy, a shocking change occurred. Chapter 167. Hula hula. Suddenly, the sound of bellows came from Lien Ke's body. He was like a spark in a furnace, crashing into Zhao Fangyuan. He raised his right hand, which turned fiery red in the air, with blue veins and red flesh, like a giant swinging a hammer. The temperature in the hall suddenly rose. Lien Ke, there's indeed something wrong with you. The female cultivator in the northeast corner shouted angrily, but she took a step back, not intending to fight Lien Ke directly. Zhao Fengyuan, who was facing the attack, turned around to avoid the hammer. His footsteps staggered, and he had already turned to the front of the hall, leaving behind a string of afterimages. He shouted, "Everyone, kill Lien Ke first! If we don't kill him, how can we fight for the fortuitous opportunities with peace of mind?" Jiang Wang pressed the hilt of his sword, but not only did he not enter, but he also retreated to the side door. He felt that something was wrong. Even if Lien Ke was the murderer, his first choice would be to run when he saw that he was about to be exposed and killed by everyone present. Was he so confident that he could kill all the cultivators present? How could it be so simple? How could anyone who could enter the heavenly secret realm to fight for the fortuitous opportunities be weak? Even if he had the determination and confidence to kill everyone, his first choice should be Ji Xiu, who was the closest to him and was currently examining the corpse. Ji Xiu was not on guard against him, but Zhao Fengyuan had been on guard since he exposed his malice towards him. When one was fighting against many, how could one give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away? Therefore, Jiang Wang decided to observe for a while, and like the female cultivator, he would protect himself first. Only the cultivator with the long cloak moved forward, as if he wanted to interfere in the battle and kill Lien Quebec. However, when he was halfway there, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and his entire body became motionless. At this moment, something even stranger happened. Zhao Fengyuan, who had been retreating, suddenly turned around and collided with Lien Quebec. Both of them used extremely powerful secret techniques to attack each other, and they separated in an instant. Zhao Fengyuan spat out blood and retreated, obviously at a disadvantage. However, he did not care and once again faced Lien Ke, who was charging at him. This was not Zhao Fengyuan's style at all. He was not a cultivator who fought with force. He had always displayed considerable intelligence, so how could he use his weakness to attack the enemy's strength? But from this angle, Jiang Wang could see Zhao Fengyuan's face clearly. He found that his eyes were bloodshot, and the redness was still spreading. His killing intent was strong. This is not normal. There was something strange about this palace. Jiang Wang's qi and blood surged, washing his meridians over and over again. The star-twining spirit snake slithered around the Tongtian palace, probing for any anomalies. At the same time, his eyes swept across the corner of the hall like lightning. What was the problem? Attention, everyone! Ji Xiu, who was standing next to Tian Yang's corpse, no longer cared about examining the corpse. He stood up and warned, "You must restrain your killing intent. If we attack Lien Ke, we will fall into a trap. Someone had tampered with this place. As long as the killing intent reaches a certain level, it will be corroded by the killing intent." Corroded by killing intent? Looking at Lien Ke and Zhao Fengyuan again, they indeed did not seem to be rational. The two of them directly clashed with each other. Although they both erupted with extremely powerful auras, the battle still followed their instincts. But he had no idea what to do. It was as if he only had one goal, which was to kill his opponent. Lien Ke hated Zhao Fengyuan to the core, and Zhao Fengyuan had already shown her killing intent earlier. These two people were very suitable for being corroded by killing intent. The female cultivator in the northeast corner immediately held her breath and concentrated, suppressing her killing intent. Then, who was the culprit? The few people in the hall looked back and forth, wary of each other. Lien Ke and Zhao Fengyuan were still fighting crazily, and both of them were seriously injured. No matter what, we have to stop the two of them first and try to avoid deaths. Jiang Wang decisively made a hand seal. Since the person who set this trap wants us to kill each other, we must not let him succeed. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be more changes in the future, which will only harm us. Dense vine snakes scuttled out from the ground, intertwining with each other and blocking between Lien Ke and Zhao Fangyuan. Vine snake wall. This was a defensive Dao technique, but Jiang Wang used it to separate the two sides of the battle. Boom! Under the two's wild attacks, the vine snake wall collapsed instantly. But at this moment, Ji Xiu and the female cultivator reacted and used their own method. Because Jiang Wang's words were indeed correct. No matter who was behind this, they just had to prevent him from succeeding. Huge waves surged into the sky, directly raising a water wall between Zhao Fangyuan and Lien Ke, directly touching the dome. Under the corrosion of killing intent, they only had eyes for each other. Now that they suddenly lost their target, they were at a loss for a moment. Two white lights flashed from Ji Xiu's hands, one on Zhao Fangyuan and the other on Lien Ke's body. The white lights instantly turned into blood-red lights and fell on Ji Xiu's hands. Only then did Jiang Wang see clearly that they were two small snakes. They should have been snow-white, but now they were blood-red. Zhao Fangyuan and Lien Ke paused for a moment, and their eyes regained their clarity. Stay calm and suppress your killing intent, Ji Xiu said as he let the small snakes go into his sleeves. He shouted, "You were hit just now and I temporarily absorbed your killing intent. But don't rashly use your killing intent again." The water wall dispersed. Zhao Fangyuan and Lien Ke looked at each other. Although there was still hatred in their eyes, there was still lingering fear. Especially Zhao Fangyuan, who had been severely injured by Lien Ke in an unsuitable way of fighting. If this continued, she would probably be beaten to death. Then, who was the one behind this to induce everyone to kill each other? The female cultivator retracted the water wall, but her gaze was fixed on the man in the long cloak. Everyone was stopping the killing and searching for the source of the abnormality. "Why didn't you move just now?" The cultivator in the long cloak seemed to have just reacted. He shook his shoulders and said coldly, "My killing intent is very difficult to suppress. It took a lot of effort." Although this explanation was somewhat alarming, it was not unreasonable. "So difficult to suppress?" The female cultivator sneered. "Who do you want to kill that you can't bear it? Don't you want to?" The man in the long cloak looked around. "Who here doesn't want to kill all the other competitors and monopolize the Abhijna opportunity?" The female cultivator was stunned. "Enough." East King Valley's Ji Xiu stopped her. "Before we find out who is behind this, let's not cause any more disputes, lest we be taken advantage of." A vicious woman fanning the flames, always thinking about who to kill first. "I think she's quite suspicious." Lien Ke was also very hostile towards the only female cultivator in the Dragon Palace. This was because it was this woman who had joined forces with Zhao Fangyuan and almost kicked him out from the beginning. "If I hadn't stopped you, you might have already died. Now you can't wait to target me. Could it be that you're acting?" The female cultivator immediately counterattacked. Zhao Fangyuan, on the other hand, was treating her injuries while keeping her guard up against everyone. At this moment, she was the most seriously injured and was the easiest target. These people in the Dragon Palace were originally here to compete for the opportunity. Moreover, in a place like the Heavenly Secret Realm where there were no restrictions, there was no trust between them. They were suspicious of each other and hated each other. It was impossible for them to cooperate sincerely. Perhaps this was the reason why the person behind this had chosen to start with killing intent. It was truly to grasp human nature and see through people's hearts. Jiang Wang was hesitant. He had a hard time grasping the situation. If Ling He was here, things would be much easier because even his enemies could trust him. He would investigate them one by one, and everyone who knew him wouldn't have any objections. If it was Zhao Ruqing, he would probably be able to see who was behind this immediately. If Du Yehu was here, things would be even simpler. He didn't consider anything. Whoever wanted to kill him would be killed. It was simple and violent. However, Jiang Wang was here alone. He couldn't be like Du Yehu, who didn't consider the problem and couldn't think of a good solution. However, he couldn't delay like this because it was hard to guarantee that the person behind this wouldn't follow up. Moreover, when the opportunity appeared, the situation would immediately go out of control. If he left a hidden danger now, he might be courting death when the time came. Jiang Wang didn't show it on his face, but his mind was racing. Suddenly, he felt the netherworld candle in the heavenly palace move. He diverted his attention to observe and saw a few wisps of gray qi being pulled out from the void, revealing their tracks. The gray qi was like silk and was absorbed by the netherworld candle. Jiang Wang recognized that it was death qi. What kind of death qi was trying to corrode the heavenly palace? Who was behind this? Chapter 168. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't immediately point out the problem of the death aura's corrosion. This was because he couldn't be sure whose method it was. If he pointed it out, it would draw the attention of the person in the dark. However, he couldn't let things continue developing like this. Jiang Wang organized his thoughts and said, "In any case, due to the uniqueness of the Dragon Palace, the person who triggered the killing intense corrosion must be nearby. There are two possibilities. First, he's hiding right under our noses, but none of us can discover him. Let's not consider this possibility for now. Since we can't discover him, there's no point in considering it. The second possibility is that he's one of us. In that case, he'll definitely create opportunities for conflict to coordinate with his method. Thus, from now on, if anyone tries to start a fight, I'll treat them as the mastermind behind the scenes and kill them." Jiang Wang looked at Ji Xiu and said, "Brother Ji, since you have a method to deal with the killing intense corrosion, how long will you give me? How much time will you have to find the source of the killing intense disturbance? Or even find out who's behind the scenes?" Ji Xiu thought for a moment and said confidently, "As long as no one disturbs me, I'll definitely find the source of the method within 15 minutes. As for the mastermind, I'm sure we'll have clues once we find the source of the method." The words of the East King Valley's cultivators carried weight in this regard. No matter how well they concealed it, none of the people present showed any abnormalities. Jiang Wang secretly observed and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you all wait outside the hall and keep an eye on each other? When Brother Ji finds some clues, it won't be too late for us to decide on our next move." Lien Ke immediately agreed. "Sure. It's only 15 minutes. There's no need to go out. The killing intent won't disturb you for the time being." Ji Xiu took out a needle pouch and prepared to use his method. "Let's wait outside the hall." The female cultivator was a little uneasy and looked around. "I keep feeling that there's something strange about this hall." Zhao Fengyuan's injuries weren't healed yet, so she was even more cautious and agreed. "Let's wait outside. We can't help here. It won't be good if we interfere with the East King Valley's methods." Even the long-cloaked cultivator said, "That's reasonable. Do as you please." Ji Xiu took out a silver needle and flicked it with his finger. He said indifferently, "What if an opportunity appears during this period of time? I hope you won't fight me too hard for my sake." As soon as he said this, everyone stopped in their tracks. That's right. What if a divine ability opportunity appeared while he was waiting outside? Although there was danger in the main hall, how could they not know that this was a dangerous place before entering the heavenly secret realm? It would be laughable to leave the Abhijna fortuitous encounter because of danger. No one was willing to leave the main hall. Everyone's feet seemed to have grown root. The divine ability opportunity that had always been hidden had firmly grasped them. He had captured them and brought them into the heavens' secret territory and trapped them in the heavens' dragon palace. Jiang Wang proposed to wait outside the hall because he wanted everyone to avoid danger. However, in this situation, he couldn't persuade them anymore. Otherwise, they would risk being noticed by the mastermind behind the scenes. He still couldn't tell if the person who controlled the death chi and the person who set up the killing intent erosion were the same person. He couldn't even be sure if the other party was in the main palace. Ji Xiu twirled the silver needle in one hand and held it vertically in front of his eyes. His other hand formed a seal and used a secret technique. At this moment, his hand suddenly trembled, and the silver needle fell to the ground. He couldn't even hold the needle steadily and squatted down with a pained expression. How could this be? His voice also became extremely weak. What happened? Jiang Wang was about to move. Bang! The female cultivator fell backward. Her limbs were in the air, and her face was gray and black. She had actually stopped breathing in this short period of time. She became the second corpse in the number 4 Heaven's Secret Territories Dragon Palace. It was the death chi acting up. Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately fell to the ground and pretended to be in pain. At the same time, he stirred his Dao energy to make himself weak. On the other side, Zhao Fengyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with gray and black. She was already seriously injured, and now she fell to the ground and struggled to support herself. The cultivator in the long cloak had already fallen to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Only Lian Ke seemed to be in a better condition. He could still stand. His entire face turned crimson red, as bright as charcoal fire. However, a visible gray chi was spreading from his neck to his face. The red and gray chi clashed and resisted each other. Ji Xiu struggled to raise his head and looked at him. So it was you who did it. You were the one who stirred up the killing intent, right? You've been using the trick of injuring yourself? No. It wasn't me. Lian Ke roared. However, as he spoke, the gray chi on his neck rushed up again. He could only shut up and focus on resisting the corrosion. He was using a secret technique to refine the death chi that was corroding his body. However, there was too much death chi, and the outbreak was too sudden. He could only barely hold on. For a moment, all the cultivators in the Dragon Palace of the 4th Divine Prefecture seemed to have lost their ability to fight. After a moment of silence, "Damn it, who could it be?" The voice turned from weak to strong. As Ji Xiu spoke, he slowly stood up. His expression was normal and his feet were steady. He didn't look like he had been hit at all. He looked around and sized up everyone in the hall. His gaze was sharp. "I'm really curious. Who played with the killing intent? Now that you've been poisoned by my 9 deaths poison, do you feel good?" Zhao Fengyuan fell to the ground, looking flustered. "What poison?" "You didn't hear wrong." Ji Xiu laughed softly. He seemed to be very satisfied that someone who knew his stuff was present. Many people know the name of the 9 deaths poison, but they don't know the true face of this poison. In fact, this poison has 9 forms. I only used one of them. He looked at Tianyang's corpse on the ground. I borrowed the corpse of this unlucky person and used his death chi as a poison to trigger the death chi on the poisoned person, causing sudden death. Other than that woman who has a hidden illness, you all are quite persistent. However, there is no cure for this poison. Because it's the death chi that everyone has. The 9 deaths poison in the form of death chi is just to bring forward the time of your death. This poison was too terrifying. It was impossible to guard against. There was even a faint taste of fate being rewritten. Under Zhao Fengyuan's frightened gaze, Ji Xiu continued. "All right, I've satisfied your curiosity. Which one of you will satisfy my curiosity? Who was the one who triggered the erosion of killing intent? Tell me, and I'll let you die easily." Just curiosity was not enough for him to keep asking. In reality, he was interested in this secret method that used killing intent as a method. Using killing intent was more concealed than using death energy. Maybe he could turn the 9 deaths poison into the 10 deaths poison. Everyone was silent. "Do you feel that there is a hidden danger of the corrosion of killing intent?" Even if I have the snake of killing intent, I don't dare to directly express killing intent. So I used the 9 deaths poison to give you room to struggle. So, you are not afraid of my threat? Ji Xiu shook his head as though sighing at the naivety of the hidden ones. He took out a silver needle with his index and middle finger. This is the pattern-breaking needle. He flicked it lightly. The silver light was like lightning that pierced through the dome. On the dome of the hall, crimson-red lines quickly formed into a complicated and chaotic diagram. So, in a situation where no one knew, someone had carved a formation pattern on the dome. And this formation pattern had been discovered by Ji Xiu long ago. He had not lied. He could find the source of the corrosion of the killing intent. The hidden formation pattern finally showed its traces now. But the formation pattern was already cracked, the crimson-red lines were all broken. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The method of carving the formation pattern is really ingenious. The method of inducing the corrosion of killing intent is so wonderful. Ji Xiu sighed. But it's gone now. Now I can kill whoever I want. I can kill whoever I want. Then I'll ask again. Who is it? Stand up and give me the method of the corrosion of killing intent. I can promise not to kill you. If you don't trust me, you can also make a blood oath. Still, there was only silence. Ji Xiu lost his patience. In that case, I'll ask them one by one. He flicked his finger, and a silver needle shot out, directly piercing the cloaked cultivator's heart. Oh, looks like it's not you. Ji Xiu muttered to himself. At this moment, he was in control of the entire situation. At first, he had tacitly agreed to kill Lian Ke first. The fewer people alive, the fewer variables there would be. But then, Jiang Wang spoke up, and he changed his mind. Firstly, Tianyang's death was indeed strange. Although he was proud of the East King Valley's methods, he was also worried that they would fail miserably. After all, those who dared to come to the Heaven Palace mystic realm were not weaklings. Therefore, he personally examined the corpse to see the root of the problem and take precautions in advance. Secondly, he happened to use Tianyang's corpse to plant the 9 deaths poison. No matter who the person secretly using this method was, he just needed to poison them to death. The method of the person who secretly planted the corrosion of killing intent was indeed ingenious. Even he could not help but praise. If he did not happen to have a snake on him that could devour killing intent, he would have almost fallen for it. But in the end, he was still a step ahead. Now, he was the knife, and everyone was meat on his chopping block. Naturally, there would be no more accidents in the divine ability fortuitous opportunity in the Heaven Palace Dragon Palace. However, it would be perfect if he could also get the method of the corrosion of killing intent. The cloaked cultivator was mysterious and was his most suspicious target. Therefore, he did not say anything and killed him first. In his opinion, since that person was still not speaking, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. But it did not matter. The 9 deaths poison had been planted, and no one could escape. As for the next target, he looked at Lian Quebec. At this time, Lian Ke had already fallen to the ground. Gray occupied most of his face, and it was closing in on his eyes. Everyone could see that he could not hold on any longer. This was a simple-minded fool who had been played by almost everyone from the beginning to the end. There was no need to consider, and he could be killed at the end. Zhao Fengyuan. Her injuries could not be faked. She was already very miserable, and her chances of turning the tables were not high. Ji Xiu turned around very naturally and cast his gaze on Jiang Wang, who was lying on the ground and had been silent all this time. It seemed that he had completely given up struggling. He could not see the depth of this person's strength. Then let's try to kill him. The corners of Ji Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. He pulled out a silver needle and was about to attack. But suddenly, he lowered his head and looked at his chest. Because a hand had silently pierced through his chest from behind. It was a stiff greenish-black hand that did not look like a living person's. Chapter 169. Ji Xiu's eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. Zombie! The East King Valley's secret technique kept him alive. He muttered, "No, impossible. A zombie can't avoid the screening and enter the Heavenly Palace mystic realm." He immediately thought of the long-cloaked cultivator. That person's voice was cold and lacked human vitality. Now that he thought about it, it should be a zombie. Therefore, even if he put a silver needle in his heart, this person was not dead, because a zombie was already dead, and the heart was not a vital point. However, how could a zombie hide from so many powerhouses outside the full moon lake? How could it pass the screening and enter the Heavenly Palace mystic realm? If it could really do it, then it shouldn't be only at this level. Of course not. At this moment, Zhao Fengyuan's voice came from behind him. Because of his injuries, he had to slow down before he could continue. That's why I refined him into a zombie after he entered the Heavenly Palace mystic realm. It turned out that the long-cloaked cultivator had always been under his control. In this competition for the Heavenly Palace Dragon Palace, he had two forces in his hand. He had been acting from the beginning to the end. Previously, the long-cloaked cultivator had been motionless because he had been careless and had been eroded by the killing intent. The zombie had lost control and naturally couldn't move. The others had saved him in order to resist the attack of the mastermind's killing intent. And after he had narrowly escaped death, the first thing he did after waking up was to command the zombie to act. Such shrewdness! It was because of this that he had won the opportunity to turn the tables. He looked harmless, but he had never lost the ability to resist. Because it was true that he had been attacked, and his injuries were real. But the zombie he had refined still retained its full combat strength. When he realized that he had been attacked again, he immediately controlled the zombie to play dead. It was for this sudden attack. Of course, he didn't do it to save Jiang Wang, but because this was the best time to attack. Whether it was the angle, position, or timing, they were all perfect. He had taken care of Ji Xiu of the East King Valley, the biggest threat present. If it had been any other time, as long as Ji Xiu was slightly prepared, he wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. At this moment, Zhao Fengyuan's voice was inevitably a little smug. Although no one lives under the 9 death poison, as long as I kill you, the poison will be cured, right? Yes, Ji Xiu muttered. He felt the stiff and cold hand slowly withdraw from his body. As a cultivator of the East King Valley, he could clearly sense the loss of life. Bit by bit, it passed away determinately. Why did he study medicine in the first place? Wasn't it because he was determined to salvage something after seeing his life slipping away? But what did I save? He asked himself. It was as if a snow-white hand was waving in front of him. Goodbye, 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 said the voice. Ji Xiu struggled to lift his eyelids, but in the end, he could no longer lift them. How regretful! The zombie pulled out his arm and Ji Xiu fell to the ground. With Ji Xiu's death, the 9 deaths poison lost its successor, and the death energy became a rootless poison. As long as the poisoned person could persevere, the 9 deaths poison would be slowly dispelled. Zhao Fengyuan naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He would not compete with others in the speed of expelling the 9 deaths poison, because the zombie he had taken the risk to refine as soon as he entered the Dragon Palace was still in perfect condition. For this zombie, he had used almost all his trump cards to suddenly kill this person and refine him into a zombie without anyone noticing. Reality had proven that this was the right choice, and he had completely saved the situation, making him the only choice for the divine power opportunity. No matter what the opportunity was or how it appeared. Since all his opponents were gone, it was naturally his. And the first person he wanted to kill was naturally Lien Quebec. This was because his injuries were caused by this brat from the Scarlet Sun County. Furthermore, this person was extremely tenacious, and the gray color on his face had receded to below his nose. He was very likely to be the first person to dispel the 9 deaths poison, so he would be the first to be killed. This zombie had no consciousness, and was completely controlled by Zhao Fengyuan's thoughts. When he turned to Lien Quebec, Lien Ke immediately cursed. Zhao Fengyuan, you actually secretly learned the art of refining zombies. Aren't you afraid of the Sanqing Palace? You deserve death for your crimes, and your intentions should be punished. The Sanqing Palace was the sacred ground of legalism, and it punished the world. Turning living people into corpses was something that the Sanqing Palace would hunt him down to the ends of the earth if they were discovered. If the situation escalated, the Four Seas Business Alliance might even be implicated. After Lien Ke cursed, the red color on his face couldn't hold on any longer, and his defense line rose. He could only shut up and focus on resisting the attack of the death aura. Although the situation was bad, he still didn't want to give up. Just before the zombie approached, he had to work harder, and work harder. He struggled with the last bit of strength to unleash a scorching explosion. He closed his mouth and stared at the zombie, silently waiting for the final moment to arrive. Zhao Fengyuan smiled and didn't reply, treating him as a defeated dog. In the Heavenly Palace mystic realm, even the Qi law couldn't do anything, so who could the Sanqing Palace control? After obtaining the art of refining zombies, he was naturally careful and never showed it to anyone. Even if he used it occasionally, he would hide far away. But in the Heavenly Palace mystic realm, so what if he used it in front of everyone? Once he left the mystic realm, wouldn't he forget about it? No, they would all be dead. This Lien Ke was ridiculously stupid. You're right. How dare you learn the art of refining zombies? At this moment, a voice sounded, continuing Lien Ke's words, you deserve death for your crimes, and your intentions should be punished. This voice, Jiang Wang moved his fingers. His heart twitched slightly. When Ji Xiu came over, he was ready to draw his sword. In order to be more confident, he deliberately waited until the line between life and death. Only then would Ji Xiu be the most relaxed. His chances of beheading Ji Xiu would be higher. But he didn't expect Zhao Fengyuan's zombie to beat him to it. He could only continue to pretend to be weak and wait for the right time. It was strange that Ji Xiu swam for so long with such weak breathing. But in such an environment, no one would pay attention. It was hard to say who was more sinister between Ji Xiu and Zhao Fengyuan. Of these two, one used the zombie as a medium to release the 9 deaths poison. The other directly refined his competitor into a zombie and made a sinister comeback. In addition to strength and strategy, luck also played a large role. Jiang Wang felt a lingering fear, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew that if he didn't only care about fighting for the opportunity and didn't have any killing intent towards his competitor, he wouldn't have been able to survive the first wave of killing intent. If Mingzhu hadn't discovered and absorbed the second wave of 9 deaths poison in time, he wouldn't be much better off than Lien Quebec. He would also be a fish on the chopping board, and if he hadn't pretended to faint, would he have been able to avoid the zombie's sudden attack? This question was also very suspenseful. In the Heaven's secret realm, the most dangerous thing wasn't the realm itself, but the people who participated in the exploration of the Heaven's secret realm. These people had lost all the restraints of the modern world and no longer had any scruples. At this moment, he was watching Zhao Fengyuan do the final cleanup. Although the target wasn't him, it caused him to attack from a much farther distance. But he had to make a move. He was already prepared to make a move and was about to make a move. However, this sudden voice almost scared him to the point that he suffered internal injuries. Who the hell was this? Chapter 170. These sly old foxes. Each one was more sinister than the other, more capable of hiding than the other. Jiang Wang cursed in his heart. At this moment, he was curled up in a ball by the side door, but his gaze was still fixed on the main hall. Therefore, he could clearly see that the corpse on the ground belonging to Tianyong had stood up. What was going on? A zombie? Or another zombie that had been refined? However, his voice was loud and full of energy. As he shouted, "Your crime deserves death, your intentions deserve death," the characteristics of a corpse on his body gradually faded. His stiff flesh became soft again, the greenish-black color faded, and the color of blood returned. His heart beat and his qi and blood rushed. In the blink of an eye, Tianyong turned from a corpse to the appearance Jiang Wang saw when he first entered the main hall. Just as Tianyong retreated from his corpse state and spoke, the long-cloaked zombie immediately turned around and pounced at him, its fingernails growing rapidly as it clawed at his head. However, Tianyong was faster. Just as the long-cloaked zombie turned around, his hand was already on the top of Zhao Fengyuan's head. The reason why he chose to act when Zhao Fengyuan was controlling the zombie to kill Lian Ke was to take advantage of the time difference and catch Zhao Fengyuan off guard. The long-cloaked zombie stopped halfway. Zhao Fengyuan looked at Tianyong in horror. "Who else refined a zombie? No, you're not a zombie." He quickly reacted. "You secretly used the corrosion of killing intent, all of this was your scheme." Bang! A muffled sound. At first, there was nothing wrong with Zhao Fengyuan's head, but after a while, blood flowed out from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The inside of his head had been shaken into paste. Tianyong glanced at his hand that had loosened halfway through the seal and laughed disdainfully. Zhao Fengyuan was naturally good at acting, but Tianyong was not a careless fool. From the beginning, he had faked his death. No, he had really died once. Because if he hadn't really died, he wouldn't have been able to hide from East King Valley's Jishio, and Jishio wouldn't have been able to use his corpse as a medium to release the 9 deaths poison. He had used some method to make himself truly die once and then come back to life. Because he had truly died, the 9 deaths poison itself had no effect on him. The only truth was that he was the one who had set up the killing intent erosion. He was the second to enter the Dragon Palace of the number 4 Divine Palace. The first thing he did was to coax Jiang Wang to search the side hall. He turned back and secretly engraved most of the formation runes. He waited until all the cultivators in the Dragon Palace had arrived and confirmed that no one else would come. He used the same words to lead everyone to different places to search. On the other hand, he turned back to the main hall and drew the last stroke of the formation pattern. Then, he screamed miserably to attract everyone back to the main hall, directly using his death to escape. His death was the biggest trap for Lian Quebec. Next, they just had to wait for the competitors in the Dragon Palace to kill each other. Everyone was killing their opponents while they were out of control. In the end, he would resurrect and clean up the mess. He had easily obtained the fruits of victory. That was all he had planned. And now, he had succeeded. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, none of the opponents participating in the Heaven's Secret Realm were weak. However, the final outcome was still predetermined by him. He had almost succeeded. The reason why it was almost was because there was also Jiang Wang. After killing Zhao Fengyuan, Tianyong did not hesitate. He directly wiped the blood from Zhao Fengyuan's face, condensed the blood into an arrow, and shot it at Lian Quebec. With this unforeseen event, the blood on Lian Ke's face had already attacked his lip. However, when he was suddenly attacked by the blood arrow, he could only temporarily stop fighting the death aura and slightly move his body to avoid being hit. The blood arrow pierced through his abdomen, and the death aura once again rushed to his nose. However, Lian Ke did not even cry out in pain. He just stubbornly continued to fight the death aura. From Jishio to Zhao Fengyuan and then to Tianyong. The blood aura and the death aura repeatedly fought back and forth on his face. Every time there was a glimmer of hope for a counterattack, it would immediately be interrupted. If it were anyone else, they would have already fallen into despair. However, Lien Ke did not have any intention of giving up. It seemed that he did not know what giving up was. While Tianyong was mercilessly killing Lien Ke was struggling to survive. Jiang Wang leapt up like a flood dragon. In an instant, he crossed half the distance of the main hall and smashed his fist down. This was completely beyond Tianyong's imagination. After all, if Jiang Wang still had the strength to fight, why didn't he make a move when he had so many chances to do so before? Tianyong had instinctively chosen to kill Lien Ke out of caution. This was precisely because of his judgment of the situation. The smarter a person was, the more they believed in themselves. This was the self-confidence that had been accumulated through countless correct decisions and countless victories. This self-confidence had harmed him. Tianyong turned around and punched out, fist against fist. However, halfway through, Jiang Wang had already turned his fist into a palm. A flame flower bloomed in the center of his palm. Jiang Wang used his powerful ability to stay in midair. The flame flower shot out and collided with Tianyong's fist. Boom! The entire fist was blasted away. As Tianyong cried out in pain, Jiang Wang's palm descended once more. Tianyong endured the pain and swung his remaining left fist to block. Jiang Wang withdrew his hand and, after dodging the most powerful fist, reached out again, grabbed it, and twisted it in reverse. From the point of contact with Jiang Wang's fist, Tianyong's entire left arm's flesh and blood veins exploded one after another. Bones exploded. Jiang Wang took advantage of the momentum to pull Tianyong in front of him and gave him a knee strike. This knee strike directly lifted Tianyong's entire body and sent him flying high into the air until he crashed into a pillar of the palace. Jiang Wang flew backward in the air and fell to the ground. Tianyong slid down the pillar. All his internal organs had been smashed into mush by this knee strike. He couldn't be more dead. It was a pity that he didn't have time to use all his skills, including the Great Swamp Tian clan's secret techniques and even the means to control killing intent. Compared to Tianyong, who had paid a huge price to fake his death and come back to life, Jiang Wang was the one with the most complete battle strength. Tianyong had only misjudged one thing today. One person, and this was the cause of his death. In Jiang Wang's Independence Hall, the other cultivators who had participated in the battle for the Dragon Palace had all died. Only Lien Ke was left lying on the ground, struggling for his life. As long as he killed him, the magical power and the opportunity in the inner palace would be in his hands. It would be easy to kill him. He didn't even need to use his sword. A flame flower would be enough. However, Jiang Wang didn't even look at him. Instead, he searched the hall again. Of course, he wasn't searching for the corpse. His main purpose was to find clues about the magical power and opportunity. He was afraid he would miss something. The cultivators who had participated in the Heavenly Palace secret realm must have good things on them. It was just that they were limited by the rules of the Heavenly Palace secret realm and couldn't be used. Any corpse left behind was enough to make Jiang Wang rich overnight. However, he couldn't take any of them. Although he wouldn't remember anything after leaving the Heavenly Palace secret realm, those relics were words that couldn't be more true. Whichever item he took, it meant that he had killed that person. Others wouldn't even give him a chance to explain. Even in the Heavenly Palace secret realm, killing wantonly was something that everyone tacitly agreed to. However, after leaving the Heavenly Palace secret realm, no one would admit this. Because countries needed rules, humans needed rules, and this world needed rules. Jiang Wang didn't make a move, but Lien Ke couldn't help but speak first. "Why aren't you coming to kill me?" At this time, the death energy had already been pushed below his neck, so he was able to say a few more words. Jiang Wang was examining the pattern on a screen, trying to uncover some kind of secret. He asked casually, "You didn't want to kill me, so why should I kill you?" This was a very normal sentence. However, Lien Ke was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had been insulted, he shouted angrily, "At this time, in this place, why are you still pretending to be righteous? If you want to kill me, then come. I'm not a good man even if I frown. Don't use those disgusting torturing methods." Disgusting torturing methods? What are you referring to? Jiang Wang's eyes were almost stuck to the divine dragon pattern, but he still didn't find any clues. He continued, "Skinning? Cramping? Starting from the tip of your toe and slowly roasting it with a small fire? Planting grass in your nostrils?" With every word he said, Lian Kei's eyes widened a bit. There was even a third color on that ugly face that was entangled by the blood energy and death energy. Ghastly white. Chapter 171. This poor ugly child had been played around by the people who had died before. He had used this and that, and now he was traumatized. In his opinion, Jiang Wang, who had the last laugh, was undoubtedly the most vicious and scheming one. He must be extremely evil. Perhaps he was planning to use him as a living sacrifice to obtain power from the evil god. Hearing Jiang Wang's answer, he was even more certain of his judgment. Even though he was unyielding, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Come here if you have the guts. I'll fight you to the death," Lian Kei shouted. With a wave of his mind, the death aura instantly attacked and returned to the bottom of his eyelids. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang just smiled and said, "Good man. I won't kill you." But he took the time to look back at Lian Kei's face and roughly judge the progress of the death aura. He said, "Every 20 breaths you have to say something. Keep the death aura below half of your face. Remember, this is the warning line. Once it exceeds, I'll think that you want to do something to me and rob me of my supernatural power. Then I'll kill you." Lian Kei blinked. He could tell that Jiang Wang was serious about the latter half of his words and wasn't joking. Although Lian Kei boasted that he wasn't afraid of death, it would be best if he didn't die. Thus, he obediently resisted the death aura while silently counting the time. After 20 breaths, he couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it easier for you to kill me? Why make it so complicated?" At this moment, Jiang Wang was lying on the ground and knocking on the floor tiles. He guessed that there might be an underground palace or something like that in the Dragon Palace. There was no reason that he couldn't find any clues about the opportunity after searching the entire Dragon Palace. He replied without thinking, "It's easy to kill someone. The difficult part is convincing yourself. Only by convincing yourself could you have a clear conscience." He said it naturally, just like the sentence, "You didn't want to kill me, so why should I kill you?" It was such a simple reason and such a normal sentence. Why was it that people no longer believed in it most of the time? It seemed that there were always conspiracies and malicious intentions between people. Lian Kei was stunned. He suddenly remembered what his grandfather had said to him a long time ago when he was still alive. Grandfather said, "In the transcendent world, killing people is a very simple matter. The difficult thing is to have a clear conscience." It was actually not difficult to have a clear conscience. What's difficult is whether a transcendent cultivator can still maintain a human heart. At that time, Lian Kei didn't understand. The older he grew, the more he didn't understand. But now, he seemed to vaguely understand something. If transcendent cultivators viewed themselves as immortals and ordinary people as ants and weeds. No matter how many people he killed, he would naturally have a clear conscience. But it wasn't difficult, it really wasn't difficult. Not to mention the transcendent cultivators who could easily uproot mountains and fill seas, even the ordinary people who had a little bit of power often regarded their own kind as pigs, dogs, cows, and horses. What was hard to come by was a pure and innocent heart that treated himself as a human, and also treated others as human. Another 20 breaths passed. Lian Kei couldn't help but ask, "No one knows what you do here. No one can see whether you're good or bad, righteous or evil. What's the point of doing this? I don't do things for others to see. If people want to kill me, I'll kill them. It's very simple. But I don't want to kill people for no reason. But I want to remind you that just because I don't want to, it doesn't mean I won't do it. This opportunity is very important to me. I have a reason to become stronger. So you must protect yourself well and don't give me an excuse to kill you. Jiang Wang said it very casually, treating it as a casual chat. But his meaning was also very firm. He was determined to obtain the divine ability Inner Palace. At this time, he had already knocked more than half of the floor tiles in the hall and was indeed somewhat tired. But for the sake of the divine ability opportunity, he could only brace himself and continue. As long as he could obtain the divine ability opportunity, it would be worth it to turn the entire Dragon Palace upside down inch by inch. After another 20 breaths, Lien Ke said seriously, I, Lien Ke, am not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. Even if I recover, I won't fight with you for the opportunity. Come on, you'd better lie down and don't move. I'm not familiar with you, so there's no need to talk about trust. Jiang Wang was halfway through his words when dots of white light suddenly appeared and gathered in front of him to form the horn of an azure dragon. He reached out and grabbed it. Naturally, he had an understanding in his heart. This azure dragon's horn was the key to obtaining the divine ability opportunity. And at the same time that he held the horn, a door with a full moon appeared in the center of the hall. It was illusory, but it led to another place. Only those with the azure dragon's horn could pass through here. So the competition in the Dragon Palace was so simple and violent. As long as all the competitors were killed or all the competitors withdrew from the competition, the divine ability opportunity would appear. And he had diligently and honestly searched for so long, touching the walls and even knocking the floor tiles one by one. In fact, if Lien Ke had said that he gave up earlier, this matter would have been over. At this thought, Jiang Wang couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lien Quebec. The latter was baffled by his glare. Did he only think of silencing him now? There was no need for that. Wouldn't he forget everything after leaving the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm? Lien Ke couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Jiang Wang put away the horn and said, All right, do your best to disperse the aura of death. I don't need to restrict you anymore. Now that he had the horn, even if Lien Ke wanted to take it back after recovering, he was confident that he could protect it. Unexpectedly, Lien Ke became furious. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I'm not a threat to you? Jiang Wang. If you called this person stupid, he could see that Jiang Wang didn't have the confidence to speak. But it didn't seem right to call him smart. Could a smart person speak like this? Now that Jiang Wang had casually cast a few Dao techniques, he was going to die, but he still cared about whether Jiang Wang thought highly of him. Jiang Wang was in a good mood after obtaining the horn. He couldn't be bothered to bicker and said casually, No, I respect you. I think you're a person who keeps his promises. That's more like it. Lien Ke closed his mouth in satisfaction and began to disperse the aura of death with all his might. Jiang Wang ignored him and prepared to step into the moon door. Wait! Lien Ke suddenly said. Jiang Wang said impatiently, What's wrong? I almost forgot. After leaving the Heavenly Province Secret Realm, I don't remember what happened here. But since you spared my life, I have to repay this favor. No need. I didn't kill you for anything. No. If I don't repay my debts, I won't live comfortably. Lien Ke pondered for a while, then spat out a black square metal plate. With a clink, it fell to the ground. He continued, after leaving, Take this plate and find me. I'll personally forge a sword for you. It's okay if you don't remember, I can sense it. I've already felt your intentions. This is your recognition of my actions. It's enough. There's no need to talk about anything else. Jiang Wang raised the magic tool longsword in his hand. Moreover, I already have a sword. What kind of scrap metal is that? How can it be called a sword? Lien Ke suddenly roared. Jiang Wang didn't know why Lien Ke had gone crazy, but he was frightened by his imposing manner. He could only tear a piece of cloth from Ji Xiu's corpse and wrap the metal plate with it. Okay. I understand. Lien Ke began to roar again. Although it spat out from my mouth, there's no saliva on it. With this roar, the aura of death was about to rush to the tip of his brows. In order to prevent him from suddenly dying, Jiang Wang had to coax him a few more times. Lien Ke finally calmed down and wholeheartedly fought against the aura of death. Only then did Jiang Wang let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly stepped into the full moon door and began his last journey in the Heavenly Province secret realm. Chapter 172. Jiang Wang took a step forward, and light and shadow flickered. As for Lien Ke, who was left behind in the Heavenly Palace Dragon Palace, he would naturally be moved out of the Heavenly Palace secret realm once the dust settled. What appeared in front of them was an extremely wide platform that seemed to be built on top of a tall mountain. The base was made of stone, and it reached into the clouds. Looking around, they could vaguely make out the silhouettes of mountains in the clouds. At the center of the platform was a 9-sided tower that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was a plaque on top of the tower with the words Sky Split Tower. There was a stele in front of the tower with words carved on it. 3 people stood in front of the stele: Su Xiangqian, Li Longchuan, and Cheng Gengsheng. Su Xiangqian was touching the stele left and right. It was unknown what he was studying. Li Longchuan, who had a jade belt around his head, was standing straight like a pine tree, resting with his eyes closed. Cheng Gengsheng's fat body was in a corner, and his small eyes looked warily at Su Xiangqian and Li Longchuan from time to time. It looked like he was worried that he would be knocked down from the sky. These 3 people were completely different from each other in terms of appearance and personality, but they were surprisingly harmonious when they gathered together. As soon as Jiang Wang appeared, Li Longchuan's eyes opened. He was ready to attack, and a sharp aura faintly locked onto him. It was like a bow that was about to be released. After seeing Jiang Wang, he smiled slightly as a greeting and withdrew his aura. As soon as Jiang Wang appeared, Cheng Gengsheng's small eyes lit up. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Brother Jiang, over here." Probably because he had finally met up with his teammates, his back straightened and his voice became louder. Su Xiangqian was too focused and only realized that Jiang Wang had arrived. He turned around and greeted him. "They said they didn't see you, so I knew you would come here." He was very confident in Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang only smiled and greeted Su Xiangqian and Li Longchuan. Then, he walked in front of Cheng Gengsheng and took out the Azure Dragon's horn. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Looking at the Azure Dragon's horn, Cheng Gengsheng's expression was complicated. "Brother Jiang," he said, "you should know that the Heart Demon Curse is ineffective here." Before entering the Heaven's secret territory, no one knew what was going on here. Many people's preparations had failed. Jiang Wang's oath on the Heart Demon Curse was also invalid. In fact, he did not have to give the Azure Dragon's horn to Cheng Gengsheng. The Heart Demon Curse could no longer restrain him. In reality, after leaving the Heaven's secret realm, no one would remember this matter. The inner mansion of the divine ability was a tangible gain. "I know." Jiang Wang smiled. "But this is what I promised you." He stuffed the horn of the Azure Dragon into Cheng Gengsheng's fat hands. "Take it." Cheng Gengsheng looked at the Azure Dragon horn carefully and exclaimed, "This is really good stuff, but I already have it." He returned it to Jiang Wang. "Now is the second part of our agreement. I'll help you get the divine ability opportunity. Take it." Jiang Wang couldn't help but smile. "Then why don't you choose and see which one is better? Before we get the divine ability, who knows which one is more precious?" Cheng Gengsheng shook his head and smiled. "I'll leave it to fate and respect the choice of fate." Since he'd spoken up to this point, Jiang Wang naturally wouldn't continue being coy. He put the azure dragon's horn away before sitting down at the edge of the stone platform, and then he chatted with Zhong Sheng about the process of obtaining the azure dragon's horn. Compared to Jiang Wang's thrilling experience, Chung Gengsheng's luck was much better. He and 14 were assigned to a dragon palace. The two of them worked together and used their strength to crush their opponent. Of course, this was only Chung Gengsheng's side of the story. But Jiang Wang felt that with this fatty's craftiness, the process might be simpler than this. 14 was recovering in the Dragon Palace, while Chung Gengsheng came here early with the Azure Dragon Horn. In fact, he was the first to reach the sky-reaching tower. As for the others in the Dragon Palace, they were all dead. Su Xiangqian and Li Longchuan were no exception. This had nothing to do with one's character. This was because the rules of the Sky Palace Dragon Palace actually encouraged killing, regardless of the external factors. Using a method similar to raising gu, they chose the strongest. As they spoke, Su Xiangqian and Li Longchuan were very polite and didn't get close. They continued to study and rest. Chung Gengsheng looked at the clouds below and suddenly said, Brother Jiang, do you know why I insisted on inviting you in but chased away Chongxian Xian? In fact, he's my distant cousin. No need to explain. I don't care about this. But I care, Chung Gengsheng said stubbornly, because he sided with Yongenzhuan. I know Yongenzhuan. He's the one who sent Wang Yiwu to deal with you, right? Not really. They're very good friends. Chung Gengsheng emphasized the word friend. Yongenzhuan is my cousin by blood, not a branch like Chongxian Xian. He's the successor of the Zhonggenjia, and I'm his only competitor. Chung Gengsheng smiled. My chances aren't high, so I took the risk to fight for the opportunity in the Heaven's secret realm. A future divine ability inner palace cultivator is qualified to compete with him. And he's so arrogant that he tries to kill all challengers. Right now, I'm the only one competing with him in the Zhonggenjia. I'm not the only one qualified. Among the disciples who are still alive, I'm the only one who isn't afraid of death. I'm the only one who dares to ask for this opportunity. His smile was a bit bitter. Jiang Wang nodded. Then I understand. Yongenzhuan's advantage is too great. In the past 10 years, everyone has seen him as the next Zhonggenjia patriarch. It's almost unshakable. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have a chance. Chung Gengsheng didn't say what happened to Yongenzhuan that gave him the opportunity. Instead, he continued, the reason why I came all the way here to ask you for help is because I don't have many trustworthy people around me. Before I fought for a certain position, I didn't dare to trust them. Not long before I entered the Heaven's secret realm, I suddenly announced that I changed Chongxian Xian because I didn't want to give Yongenzhuan time to react. I didn't expect Wang Yiwu to get a spot in such a short time and come here directly. Chung Gengsheng paused and said word by word, he wants to kill me. The two of them sat on a high platform at the top of the mountain. Below them was a sea of clouds. Jiang Wang didn't make any promises, nor was he very impassioned. He just said, don't worry. Just this one sentence. However, Chung Gengsheng already knew. Jiang Wang's promise was enough. The heaven-reaching tower pierced the clouds as if it really reached the sky. But now the door was closed. According to the description on the stone tablet, at least 5 people had to appear here or wait for 24 hours before the heaven-reaching tower opened the door. At this time, the person who obtained the Azure Dragon's horn could enter the heaven-reaching tower and search for their own internal divine ability. Since there were 5 dragon palaces, then there should be a 5th person who obtained the divine ability opportunity. Everyone present felt that that person would definitely appear before the time was up, and it could only be Wang Yiwu. After all, rumors were just rumors. How strong one was could only be known after a battle. And both Chung Gengsheng and Jiang Wang were ready for battle. Time passed bit by bit, but the fifth person still didn't appear. The others were fine, but Su Xiangqian was a little anxious. After he finished studying the stone tablet, he began to study the clouds outside the stone platform. He was in the mood to write poetry. This scene should only exist in the sky. I can't see the clouds and fog. After reciting, he even shamelessly asked Li Longchuan, "What do you think of my poem?" Li Longchuan seemed to have fallen asleep from recuperation. He didn't speak or move. Su Xiangqian wasn't discouraged. He moved closer to Jiang Wang. Brother Jiang, you are an experienced person. Why don't you give it a try?" Cheng Gengxing wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him. He glared at him a few times, hoping that he would consciously distance himself and not affect his and Jiang Wang's battle preparations. But Su Xiangqian didn't seem to notice. His extremely high forehead was shining. Since he had nothing to do, Jiang Wang pretended to ponder for a while and praised, "The first half is not bad. It's simple and straightforward, but concise and magnanimous. It just seems a little familiar." Su Xiangqian coughed. "Actually, the second half." Halfway through, everyone shifted their gazes and looked at the fifth person who appeared on the stone platform. That youth looked young and immature. He looked reserved and even a little shy. It was actually Zhang Yong from the Phoenix Immortal Zhang clan. Chapter 173. What was going on? In the fifth Dragon Palace, the person who obtained the divine power opportunity was not Wang Yiwu, but the unknown Zhang Yong. The famous army god's disciple did not appear here, but a descendant of the declining Phoenix Immortal Zhang clan one? Where's Wang Yiwu? Cheng Gengxing was most concerned about this and asked directly. "I don't know." Zhang Yong shook his head. "I've never seen him." Even Li Longchuan could not help but be curious. "That's strange. He is not in the 5 dragon palaces. Did he not find the entrance?" "That can't be right." Su Xiangqian touched his smooth forehead. "Li Longchuan, didn't you say that Wang is very powerful? He can't be so stupid, right?" "Maybe he went to the mountains or the forest," Jiang Wang guessed. He had a premonition that there was great danger in those 2 directions. There were a total of 50 cultivators who entered the Heaven Palace mystic realm, just enough to fill the 5 dragon palaces. However, entering the dragon palace itself was a selection. None of the dragon palaces were full, so where did the others go? They must have gone to the distant mountains or the old forest on both sides of the river, or walked on both sides of the river. Cheng Gengxing clapped his hands. "Who cares? Everyone is here, and the heaven-reaching pagoda is open. Let's go and find our own fortuitous opportunities." He was the most relaxed person who did not have to face the pressure of Wang Yiwu. The divine power was more important. Everyone did not say much and turned to the heaven-reaching pagoda. Cheng Gengxing was at the back, but he pulled Jiang Wang and could not help but feel proud. He fell for it. Jiang Wang was also very curious. "What do you mean?" "After entering the Heaven Palace mystic realm, I deliberately used a mystic technique to interfere with tracking. Anyone who follows me will be pointed in the wrong direction," Cheng Gengxing said happily. Wang Yiwu must have chased directly into the mountains and been buried by the dangers in the Heaven Palace mystic realm. Jiang Wang, that's why the recollections always point forward and never turn. This fatty was really sinister. Just as the gate of the Tower of Babel opened, the victors of the 5 dragon palaces were about to pick the fruits of their victory. Boom, 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 boom. A series of loud noises. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Below the stone platform, mountains flew up one after another from the bottomless clouds. The peak of the mountain pierced through the sea of clouds like a pillar in the river, forming a majestic bridge between the clouds. At the end of the bridge, a seemingly constant figure was walking over with large strides. He had a long face, a high nose and eagle-like eyes. striding forward with his long legs. It was as if he was chasing the clouds and chasing the sun. What a good Wang Yiwu! This way of making an appearance was much better than everyone who came out of the Dragon Palace. Su Xiangqian suddenly clapped his hands. I know. There were more than 5 divine ability keys. There might be 7 of them. The other 2 were in the mountains on both sides of the river and in the old forest. The 5 swords we got from the underwater Dragon Palace might just be the simplest ones. No one present was stupid. Of course, they understood. This might mean that the key in Wang Yiwu's hand might be stronger than everyone present. Perhaps he had more choices, or the corresponding divine ability was stronger. No! Wang Yiwu strode to the stone platform and stepped in front of the Tower of Babel. The crowd was like a tall mountain, blocking the entrance and blocking everyone's path. I only found out after entering the distant mountains that there are a total of 9 keys in the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm. The Underwater Dragon Palace only has to face competitors in the distant mountains and forests. At the same time, they have to face the dangers of the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm. As for the 2 strongest keys, they are not the Azure Dragon Horn but the Azure Dragon Pearl. They are at the 2 ends of the river. Of course. He raised the Azure Dragon Horn in his hand, which was obviously more ancient. My key is still stronger than all of you. Do you want it? Come and snatch it. Wang Yiwu. Li Longchuan frowned slightly. You got it, so it's your opportunity. We don't want to snatch it from you. Now, don't block the door. Let's each take our own key and explore our own divine abilities. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yiwu laughed loudly. You don't dare to snatch mine, but I want to snatch yours. Give me the Azure Dragon Horn, and I can spare your lives. Of course. His laughter stopped, and he stared at Chum Gungsheng. You can't. Today, you will die no matter what. You really think you can beat me? Li Longchuan was clearly angry. He didn't move, but his aura was like a drawn bow. Wang Yiwu, aren't you overconfident? Wang Yiwu glanced at him. Why don't you try? As his voice fell, he ignored Li Longchuan and strode forward with great confidence. He arrived in front of Chung Gungsheng in one step and punched. Once the fist was raised, the wind surged and the sea of clouds moved. Chung Gungsheng instantly activated the secret seal, and fireballs, wind blades, and vine whips all shot out at almost the same time. At the same time, the Zhanggenjia's world-famous secret heavy techniques were added to these Dao techniques. The wind helped the fire and the wood was the fuel. It wasn't that he didn't have stronger Dao techniques, but that with the support of the heavy techniques, these simplest Dao techniques were no less powerful than the more complicated Dao techniques. And in front of these 3 Dao techniques, 3 flame flowers formed the shape of a character and appeared on the path of Wang Yiwu's fist. 3 flame flowers were cast in succession. Naturally, it was Jiang Wang who acted. He used his strongest and fastest Dao technique to support Chung Gungsheng. Wang Yiwu's fist arrived. The flame flowers bloomed one after another and shattered into sparks. The fireballs with the heavy techniques were extinguished. The wind blades were defeated. The vine whips were scorched. The fist arrived. When the fist came out, it created a killing field. When the fist arrived, the killing field was overturned. Fearless, no return, invincible. This was the famous ultimate technique of De Qi's military god, Jiang Mengxiong. It was the military's top-notch killing technique, the selfless killing fist. Puff! Even someone as strong as Chung Gungsheng was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. This was simply not a battle of the same level. Wang Yiwu's combat power was completely beyond everyone's imagination of the reaching heaven state. I agree, Zhang Yong said immediately. He threw the Azure Dragon's horn in front of Wang Yiwu. I don't want the Azure Dragon's horn. I only beg you to spare my life. The bloodline of the Phoenix Fairy Zhang clan has withered. I'm the only one left. I can't die. That's right, Wang Yiwu said indifferently. His voice was calm but cold. Unfortunately, it's too late. That was the previous condition. Now, if you want to live, you have to help me kill Cheng Gungsheng. Zhang Yong's expression became very ugly. Why do you need my help? Don't you understand? Cheng Gungsheng stopped flying. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "He entered the Heaven's secret land to kill me. But in order to kill me, he had to kill all of you. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why there weren't so many deaths, but I happened to be one of them after he chased me into the secret land." No matter what, Cheng Gungsheng was a direct descendant of the Chongxian clan. He was qualified to inherit the Zhanggenjia. Even if Wang Yiwu was the army god's disciple, he couldn't bear the responsibility of killing Cheng Gungsheng directly. Therefore, outside the full moon lake, he didn't say anything explicit except for asking Cheng Gungsheng to withdraw. But in the Heaven's secret land, he had to kill everyone. This time, no one could doubt the difficulty of the Heaven's secret land. It was very reasonable that Cheng Gungsheng had died in it. Even if there were doubts about the Zhanggenjia, it wasn't enough to target Wang Yiwu. Therefore, Wang Yiwu stopped in front of the heaven-reaching tower and asked everyone to give up the blue dragon horn. He was just looking for an excuse to kill everyone, because no one would agree to this request. Even if they agreed like Zhang Yong, he would just find another excuse. With Cheng Gungsheng's intelligence, he could naturally see this point. He deliberately exposed it to pull everyone to the same side. Do you know why you will die today? Wang Yiwu took a step forward and punched Cheng Gungsheng again. You don't have the qualifications, but you insist on it. You aren't smart enough, but you show off your cleverness. But halfway through the punch, he suddenly turned around. I seem to be underestimated. Li Longchuan's voice sounded. He stood upright like an arrow. His left hand was held in front of him, as if he was holding a bow. His right hand was pulled back. He didn't shoot an arrow, nor did he move the bowstring. But Wang Yiwu had to turn around. P.S. This week, I hope the average will rise to 100. This week, I recommend 1000. This is such a small and humble goal. Chapter 174. No one dared to turn their back to Li Longchuan's arrow. Even someone as strong as Wang Yiwu was no exception. When he turned around, he had already punched out. And the moment he punched out, the arrow had already arrived. This was an arrow of qi. When the qi moved, the arrow would spontaneously move. When the qi moved, a flaw would appear. The arrow that seemed to be wrapped in a white stream of light and a long flame tail collided with Wang Yiwu's fist. The airflow was violent and the flame wind swayed. Wang Yiwu moved forward. His fist was against the arrow as he strode forward. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish first. On the battlefield, no one could let the members of the Li family of the Stone Gate go. The longer the battle dragged on, the more flaws they would be able to seize. This was already the consensus of the world when the ancestors of the Li family destroyed the majestic city with 10 arrows. Therefore, since Li Longchuan had decided to make a move, he should kill him first. The arrow of qi was repelled. Wang Yiwu strode forward like a meteor and closed in an instant. Distant mountains and rivers. Su Xiangqian used his finger as a pen, and dragons and snakes appeared out of thin air. His talent soared into the sky and soared in front of Wang Yiwu. Although he and Li Longchuan were close, it was as if they were separated by mountains and rivers. Good sentence. Wang Yiwu sighed softly. It's a pity that you're not talented. He opened his left hand and grabbed the qi mountains and rivers. It was as if he had grabbed a canvas, and the mountains and rivers on the canvas were wrinkled. Watch me take pity on the person in front of me. He clenched his right fist and completely shattered the arrow of qi. At the same time, he punched at Li Longchuan's face again. So bold. However, densely packed vine snakes drilled out from the ground and entangled in front of his fist. With Su Xiangqian's obstruction, Jiang Wang's vine snake entanglement was completed. On the entanglement, the flower bud opened and opened its bloody mouth. The flower of devouring suddenly appeared. Jiang Wang hadn't been idle during this 10,000-mile trek. His Dao technique became more and more proficient, and he began to have his own understanding. On the basis of the vine snake entanglement, he completed the graft of the Dao technique. He combined the flower of devouring with the vine snake entanglement, so that defense contained offense. It could be considered an independent enhancement of this Dao technique. Cheng Gengxing stood up. What are you waiting for? If we don't kill him, everyone will die. Even though he had risen from the heavenly cycle state to the reaching heaven state, the pseudo-instantaneous state of the quick release of the secret method couldn't last long. Therefore, even if he had to drag his injured body along, he had to unleash his strongest attack in his strongest state. Earth Spike, Wind Blade, Vine Snake, Golden Arrow. The 4 Dao techniques that were instantly enhanced by the heavy technique whistled as they rushed towards Wang Yiwu's back. At the same time, Zhang Yong also threw away her cowardice and raised her head, her eyes bright. However, when he looked at Wang Yiwu, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back. Wang Yiwu was too strong. He could no longer hide his strength. Everyone present attacked, and Li Longchuan, who was facing Wang Yiwu directly, was no exception. He stood upright, looking extraordinarily valiant. Even in the face of Wang Yiwu, who was as powerful as a landslide, his expression did not change. Even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his face was as calm as a lake. The arrow was hidden in the heart of the lake. Water is good for all things and does not compete. Therefore, it is good like water. However, when water fights, it will sweep the world. The arrow was shot from between the eyebrows, and its momentum was like a flood. This was the arrow of power. The 50 people who had entered the Heaven's secret realm were all elite powerhouses below the soaring dragon state. As for everyone present, it was the survival of the fittest among these 50 people, and the strongest among the strongest were chosen. It could be said that they could represent the strength of the top powerhouses in the reaching heaven state. When these 5 people attacked together, even an ordinary powerhouse in the soaring dragon state would not be able to take it. However, Wang Yiwu had no intention of avoiding the battle. He clenched his fist, raised it, and punched at a very constant speed. 5 fists. It was as if 5 fists appeared at the same time. In fact, it was just the afterimages left behind by the fast punches. It was also because of these afterimages that the path of the punches looked clear and even slow. Wang Yiwu punched 5 times at almost the same time according to the order. Visually, these 5 punches exploded at the same time. No self, no victory. No self, no equal. The power was like splitting rivers and mountains, and the killing intent was like a tornado. Selfless killing fist. Wang Yiwu regarded Li Longchuan as his number 1 target to kill. Correspondingly, Li Longchuan became the other people's priority. The art of war was like the art of war. Attack the enemy's priority. I decide the battlefield, and I decide the outcome. At this moment, Wang Yiwu spared no effort to break out the strongest selfless killing fist. He wanted to fight to the end. Boom. It was deafening. In fact, there were 5 explosions, but they happened almost at the same time and overlapped into one. Li Longchuan took 3 steps back, and there was a sweet taste in his throat. Cheng Gengxing sat on the ground, blood gushing out. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhang Yong's eyes. Su Xiangqian's right index finger was twisted and broken. Jiang Wang flew far away, one hand hanging on the stone platform. He pulled himself up so that he did not fall into the abyss. This was Wang Yiwu's strength. In one move, all 5 of them were injured. No wonder he asked Cheng Gengxing to give up outside the full moon lake. No wonder he stepped on the mountain and asked them to hand over the azure dragon horn. No wonder he was so arrogant. He had the ability to be arrogant. But in this move, what surprised Wang Yiwu the most was not Li Longchuan, nor was it Cheng Gongxing. It was the cowardly youth that he did not notice at first. He turned his eagle eyes and looked straight at him. You are not Zhang Yong. Phoenix Immortal Zhang clan does not have such an eye technique. Even in such a situation, this news was enough to shock Su Xiangqian. That pitiful youth from a fallen aristocratic family was not his real self? His teacher had written a poem for Phoenix Immortal Zhang clan, and he had also spoken righteously at the full moon lake. And the one who appeared here was actually an impostor? Is this important? Zhang Yong's face did not have the slightest bit of cowardice. He used a finger to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of his eyes. With just a slight smile, that immature and tender feeling disappeared without a trace. I only want to sneakily get a divine ability, and slowly regain my lost strength. It is already the final moment and you are going crazy here. Wang Yiwu, you have to know that those who kill will be killed. As his voice fell, his eyes glared angrily, and his long hair fluttered. It was impossible to see what had happened. Roar. Only the roar of a tiger could be heard. Above Wang Yiwu's head, the image of a tiger's seal flashed. Wang Yiwu did not move at all, but Zhang Yong closed his eyes and fell backwards. You are even willing to use the tiger's seal that the military god gave you to save your life. Cheng Gongxing was secretly shocked, but he sneered. You are really loyal to Yonggenzuan. What shocked him was that Zhang Yong could actually force Wang Yiwu to this step. What shocked him even more was that Wang Yiwu was willing to go to this step. Wang Yiwu might be able to resist Zhang Yong's eye technique attack, but he would definitely be injured if he did. Even if it was him, he would not be so conceited as to kill 5 opponents like this in an incomplete state. Therefore, he brazenly used the tiger seal that Deqi's military god Jiang Mingxiong gave him to ensure that nothing would go wrong. It was enough to show his determination to kill. For Yonggenzuan, what would Wang Yiwu not do? Su Xiangqian and Jiang Wang were still fine, but Li Longchuan's sword-like eyebrows twitched violently. It was obvious that he was not calm inside. A man must first have no self-respect, and then he will be light for the world. Wang Yiwu actually gave up on killing Zhang Yong. Instead, he turned around and threw a punch at Cheng Gongxing. Let me see what qualifications you have to compete with Yonggenzuan. He was obviously really angry. P.S. The mountains and rivers are far away, and the falling flowers and wind hurt spring. It is better to take pity on the people in front of you. Huanqi Sand from Yen Shu. Chapter 175. Heavy water shield, heavy stone wall. Cheng Gongxing's chubby hands flicked, and layers of defensive Dao techniques blocked his path. Yonggenzuan isn't the patriarch yet. He doesn't have the final say. You don't have the final say either. At this critical juncture, he held nothing back. His Dao techniques were complex, but they were ingenious. Someone is fighting with him for the patriarch position, but he's not even as excited as you. Brother Yiwu, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me you. Cheng Gongxing's mouth didn't stop, and his hands were flying. Are you angry? Did I hit the nail on the head? What are you afraid of? Cheng Gongxing was unusually agile. He retreated as he said, after all, no one will remember what happened here. When the fist arrived, the heavy water shield shattered. When the fist landed, the heavy stone wall shattered. No defensive Dao technique could stop Wang Yiwu's advance. You can't leave. He was infuriated. Dragons had reverse scales. Those who touched them would die. He knew that Cheng Gongxing was deliberately provoking him, but he didn't want to hold back anymore. In the outside world, in the army, on the battlefield, and in the capital city, he had seen such method. With his strength, he didn't need to hold back, but he still did. Sometimes, the power of the mortal world couldn't even stop a fist. He had held back every time. But he didn't want to hold back anymore. In this heaven's secret realm, where the mortal world couldn't restrict him, Wang Yiwu didn't want to hold back anymore. He was so strong. Why should he hold back? Didn't you want to anger me? As you wish. His fist moved, and a gust of wind blew. Wang Yiwu was like a toppling mountain. Nothing could stop him. His fist instantly shattered all the defensive Dao techniques and landed on Cheng Gungxing's face. The clear sound of bones cracking was so violent. His huge body was sent flying, almost flying out of the stone platform. Jiang Wang pulled him back. You've angered me. Wang Yiwu could have exploded Cheng Gungxing with a single punch, but he didn't do so. Instead, he first blasted the fatty away and then chased after him with large strides. But can you withstand my fury? Jiang Wang put down Cheng Gungxing and turned to face Wang Yiwu. This was Wang Yiwu, who was fighting 1 against 5 and had almost destroyed all of his opponents. This was Wang Yiwu, whom Jiang Mingxiong had called the strongest reaching heaven state in the world. Jiang Wang stood in front of Cheng Gungxing, facing this person directly. Just because he said one sentence. Don't worry. From the Yun nation to the Qi nation, the mountains and rivers were far away. Along the way, he ate the wind, slept in the open, and chased after the stars and the moon. He didn't slack off for even a moment, because as soon as he stopped, the tragic scene in Maplewood City replayed in his mind over and over again. That was the place where he had been born and raised, where he had cried and laughed. Everyone had died, and the living had to bear the burden of something. He couldn't leave this responsibility to Jiang Anan. As her brother, he had to bear it himself. Along the way, his Dao techniques had been improving day by day, but he had never really drawn his sword. Even he didn't know how powerful this sword would be when it was unsheathed. I have a sword that travels thousands of miles. From the distant Maplewood City of the Zhuang nation, all the way to the Qi territory. The wind, frost, rain, and dew along the way are all in it. Are you ready to see my sword? Wang Yiwu's eyes had turned serious before the sword had even been drawn. He hadn't planned to kill Cheng Gungxing immediately, but now he had to use all of his strength. The wind was howling. Wang Yiwu was still moving forward. Jiang Wang was still standing and holding his sword. The white-haired youth and the eagle-eyed soldier. The sword that hadn't been drawn and the fist that had been drawn. At this moment it was 5 against 1. Those who still had combat power wouldn't sit back and watch the outcome of the battle be decided. Li Longquan's 2 arrows were ineffective. He spat out blood and retreated, but his feet were still steady and his hands were still steady. He pulled down his headband and directly covered his eyes. Before his eyes, his heart was there first. Before the arrow arrived, his intent was there. The heart was in front of the arrow, and the intent was before the arrow. This was the arrow of intent. With a thought, the arrow was already in front of Wang Yiwu. This arrow roared and spun like a dark storm at its core. It didn't feel sharp when it was shot, but when it landed, the earth cracked and mountains collapsed. Clang! Wang Yiwu punched the tip of the arrow, and it let out a loud sound. At this moment, Jiang Wang drew his sword. This sword that traveled thousands of miles was indescribably brilliant. He had combined all of Jiang Wang's understanding and devotion to the way of the sword. It was a sword that was truly nurtured from the depths of his soul. It was difficult to describe in words, and the scene was difficult to describe. If you have seen the sun and moon in the sky, if you have seen the sky full of stars, then you've seen this sword. This was a sword that ran through the sun, moon, and stars. It met Wang Yiwu's selfless killing fist. Sound as if there was no sound. Light and shadow as if everything was still. The tip of Jiang Wang's sword froze on the surface of Wang Yiwu's fist. Suddenly, a drop of blood dripped from Wang Yiwu's seemingly indestructible fist. This drop of blood seemed to break the solidification. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the sea of clouds outside the stone platform surged. Wang Yiwu took 2 steps back, and his right arm hung down. This was the first time he was truly injured since the start of the battle. It was also the first time he was truly repelled. In Jiang Wang's hand, the entire long sword shattered. Not even fragments remained. It shattered into metal powder and drifted away like dust. What a pity! Jiang Wang thought to himself. If he had a good sword, this sword might have been able to really cripple Wang Yiwu's hand. He suddenly fell back and smashed onto Cheng Gengxing, who was just getting up. It's not over yet. Su Xiangqian, who had been preparing for a long time, bit the tip of his left finger and shouted, "Die!" After being blocked one after another, even Wang Yiwu had to put away his underestimation at this time. He suddenly turned his head, raised his left arm high, and raised his fist like a hammer, ready to attack. At this moment, a blood line appeared and quickly swam around his feet. Immediately, a brilliant light shone. Wang Yiwu only felt his anger, fighting intent, and killing intent were all stirred up and drawn out, entangling with Su Xiangqian's blood. A layer of blood-colored cocoon flashed and disappeared. There were words swimming on it, covering Wang Yiwu. With blood as silk, he spun a cocoon around himself. "Let's go!" Su Xiangqian shouted and took the lead to rush toward the heaven-reaching tower. His actions were just to lure Wang Yiwu into a trap. What he wanted was not to kill the enemy, but to trap the enemy. As long as they escaped from the Heaven Palace mystic realm, they would win. At this moment, Zhang Yong, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, turned over and jumped up. It turned out that he had not lost the ability to move and was most likely waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. At this time, his eyes were still closed, but it did not affect his ability to find the path. He followed Su Xiangqian and escaped into the heaven-reaching tower. Cheng Gengxing carried Jiang Wang and ran faster than Zhang Yong, entering the heaven-reaching tower in a flash. Li Longchuan was stunned because his arrow of will was defeated. In this moment the others had already escaped. He did not try to be brave and followed the others into the heaven-reaching tower. In the blood-colored cocoon of light, Wang Yiwu punched out in anger, but he was no longer in peak condition. Although the looming light shield could not hurt people, it was surprisingly sturdy. This was because this was a cocoon formed by his anger, fighting intent, and killing intent. It was equivalent to him binding himself. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 punches, the temporary cage was broken. However, Wang Yiwu was the only one left outside the heaven-reaching tower. In particular, Cheng Gengxing's escape had undoubtedly announced his failure. P.S. Tonight there will be an update. Added for Alliance leader Ah Jin's little cotton-padded jacket. Chapter 176. The moment he entered the heaven-reaching tower, the azure dragon horn that he carried with him dissipated into white light again, enveloping Jiang Wang. There was no one around. Inside the heaven-reaching tower, everyone was once again facing an independent space. Jiang Wang first thought that he didn't have to worry about Wang Yiwu's threat for the time being. Then he relaxed his mind and sank into the vast and unrestrained world. The human body had 4 Cs. The spine was the first C. The Tao meridian lay in the spine, nurturing Tao energy and accumulating resources. Before the dragon soared, it was in a state of overlapping with the spine C. In fact, the spine C at this stage could also be seen as the heaven-reaching palace itself. The heaven-reaching palace was another name for the Tao meridian. When the heaven and earth gate was opened, the Tao meridian would immediately soar into the dragon. At this time, the dragon would enter the second C, which was the torso C. The human body was vast and boundless, and the 5 palaces in the torso C floated. With the soaring dragon of the Tao meridian, one had to completely explore the torso C and completely grasp the mysteries of the torso. Only then could one open the 5 palaces one by one and explore the secrets of the human body. Every inner mansion was a vast world of its own. Whatever secret treasure was obtained was the harvest of the cultivator. And the strongest secret treasure of the inner palace was called divine power. At this time, after entering the heaven-reaching tower and borrowing the power of the azure dragon horn, one would first enter the sea before the dragon sword. In fact, every transcendent cultivator had the possibility of exploring the seeds of divine power. But it was too difficult, so there wasn't even one in 10,000 miles. The heaven-reaching tower was to help cultivators explore countless times and let them experience the process of picking divine power in advance. After leaving the heaven-reaching mystic realm, one would forget what happened in the heaven-reaching mystic realm, but the divine power would be remembered by the body. When one knocked on the inner palace, the divine power would naturally appear. The heaven-reaching mystic realm could be seen as a dream between reality and illusion. The experience might be fake, but the result would be real. The heaven-reaching realm referred to the heaven and earth gate that transcendent cultivators were closest to in this realm. The heaven-reaching palace meant that it carried the resources of every cultivator. It was the foundation of transcendent cultivators. And the heaven-reaching tower in the heaven-reaching mystic realm referred to the heaven-reaching step. Time lost its meaning in the heaven-reaching tower, and immersed in the torso sea and the first inner palace, Jiang Wang couldn't feel the passage of time. It was only now that he realized how precious the heaven's secret territory was. At the same time, he understood the origin of the Tianfu mystic realm. The entire heaven's secret territory was a perfect seed of a divine ability, catoptric deflection. Back then, the old man of heaven's mansion had died long ago, but his perfect divine ability seed had somehow been preserved. It had fused with the means he had left behind when he was alive, forming and evolving the heaven's mansion's secret realm. Flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water. It was all just a dream. However, the old man of heaven's mansion's catoptric deflection reflected a different world. Everything that one experienced here was both real and illusory, but death was real death. The divine abilities that one had explored would also be remembered by the body, waiting to be awakened. There were a total of 9 keys in the heaven's secret territory. The 5 underwater dragon palaces encouraged cultivators to compete and kill each other. In the distant mountains and forests, aside from the competition between cultivators, one would also encounter the dangers of the heavenly palace secret realm. At the front and back of the river, one would have to spend a lifetime to reach the end. They represented birth and death. The old man of the heaven mansion had left this secret realm in order to find the strongest genius and obtain all 9 keys. They had to inherit his life's knowledge. To fulfill this condition, it meant that 9 super geniuses had to obtain all 9 keys in the heaven's secret realm. And among them, one genius had to be able to dominate the current generation and lead the way. Clearly, even if Wang Yiwu broke through the distant mountains and climbed the heaven-reaching tower, he would not be the person he was looking for. It was not that the cultivation world was not as good as before and could not produce the genius that the old man of heaven's mansion wanted. In fact, in terms of absolute strength, Wang Yiwu had already met the standard. It was just that the old man of heaven's mansion had not expected that with the development of cultivation, the era would change. Although the heaven's secret realm he had left behind still retained a powerful attraction, the danger and rewards it presented were not enough to attract all the top geniuses. The top geniuses of the modern world already had more choices that were more cost-effective. Not to mention the countries thousands of miles away, even Qi's Wang Yiwu would not have come if it were not for Cheng Gengsheng. Because he had already reserved a divine ability, there was no need for him to come again. Perhaps the heaven's secret realm would become an eternal regret. Or perhaps it would wait until the cultivation world made another qualitative leap. The strength of an ordinary cultivator was enough to pass the test of the heaven's secret realm. At that time, the Heaven's secret realm would be truly controlled. But by that time, the Old Man of Heaven's mansion's legacy would have long been outdated. But at least for now, the Heaven's secret realm could still be considered a top legacy. Because of the uniqueness of the secret realm, its value was not known to the world. A single horn of the Azure Dragon could help a cultivator lock onto a divine ability in advance. If someone gathered all 9 keys, it meant that they could complete 5 divine abilities and reach the Heaven Palace. Furthermore, his 5 great divine abilities were chosen from among the 9 great divine abilities. Once such a person reached the inner mansion realm, how terrifying would they be? Of course, it was useless to know this now. They would forget it after leaving the Heaven's secret realm. Perhaps they would instinctively think that this place was precious, but they would not remember the precious details. The victors of the Heaven's secret realm this time were all very strong. But they were still missing 3 keys. The only person who had the chance to gather more than 5 keys was Wang Yiwu. But he had been stopped by the 5 of them. For Chung Gungxing, this was the best news. He had completed his original goal of reserving the inner mansion divine ability. And he had stopped an even stronger and more terrifying Wang Yiwu. The moon gate's light flickered. Jiang Wang, Li Longchuan, Su Xiangqian, Chung Gungxing, and Zhang Yong appeared outside the full moon lake. At this time, they had forgotten what had happened in the Heaven's secret realm, but they all knew that they had become the victors. Chung Gungxing was satisfied, Su Xiangqian was in a poetic mood, Li Longchuan smiled, and Jiang Wang was indifferent. Zhang Yong had a trace of confidence and strength in her usual timid and weak self. This was very reasonable. After becoming the victors of the Heaven's secret realm and reserving the inner mansion divine ability, anyone could regain some confidence. Only 2 people had come out before them, Lien Ke and Shi 14. According to the previous years, they were the ones who had been eliminated and kept their lives. As soon as Jiang Wang came out, Lien Ke's gaze fell on him. "My life card is on you." Jiang Wang looked at this ugly face that suddenly came close and was stunned. No one remembered what had happened in the Heaven's secret realm. But when he searched his body, he did indeed have a black square metal card. When he took out this metal card, Jiang Wang heard someone exclaim in a low voice. Obviously, this thing was very precious. Lien Ke stared at this metal card and said, "This is my life card. It's very important to me. Even if I die, I won't hand it over. Unless I promised you something in the Heaven's secret realm. Give me back my life card." Lien Ke said, "I can personally forge a weapon for you." Jiang Wang was about to speak when Chung Gungxing pressed his hand down. Ignoring Lien Ke's expression, he said to Jiang Wang, Brother Jiang, you must know the value of this thing. The life card is in your hands, which means that Lien Ke's life is in your hands. You must know that the Lien family of Qiyang County is the #1 blacksmith family in Deqi. Lien Ke is also the leader of this generation of the Lien family. The value of this life card is not as simple as a weapon. Not to mention the value of Lien Ke's identity, just holding this life card was equivalent to having a blacksmith who could continuously produce weapons. Of course, it was worth more than one weapon. The choice and balance in this was very simple. Lien Ke did not speak and only stared at Jiang Wang. Although he did not remember what had happened in the Heaven's secret realm, giving away his life card was his choice. As long as it was his choice, he would bear it. Chung Gungxing said again, "Brother, you have to think carefully before making a decision. With me around, you don't have to worry about the Lien family's pressure." Jiang Wang smiled and stepped forward, placing the life card in Lien Ke's hand. "Since you chose to believe me in the Heaven's secret realm, it means that I am a trustworthy person." Chapter 177. Lien Ke carefully put away his life tablet. Without saying anything else, he asked, "What weapon do you use?" Jiang Wang didn't know how he lost his sword in the heaven's secret realm. Moreover, the Qiyang County's Lian family sounded very good at forging weapons. Therefore, he didn't beat around the bush and said, "Sword." Lian Ke nodded. "I'll go back and prepare the materials. When you have time, come to Nanyao City at any time. I'll forge a sword for you." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left in an extremely straightforward manner. In fact, he could have left when he left the heaven's secret realm. However, he realized that his natal card was missing, so he waited by the full moon lake. As soon as Lian Ke left, Wang Yiwu stepped out of the moon gate. In fact, most of the people who hadn't left yet were waiting for news from him. Including Lian Ke and Shi 14, 8 of the 50 people who participated in the heaven's secret realm survived. Some people were happy while others were sad. The moon gate fell back into the water and disappeared. At this time, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. However, the full moon lake's surface no longer reflected the moon's shadow. Wang Yiwu stepped out of the moon gate and walked directly to Cheng Gengxing. "You're very lucky." "You too," Cheng Gengxing said with a smile. "Otherwise, how could you have gotten a god power opportunity like me?" Jiang Wang heard his tone and suddenly thought of a phrase, a knife hidden in a smile. Zhong Xuanxing might not be able to defeat Wang Yiwu in battle, but in a battle of words, there was no doubt that he could crush Wang Yiwu. Wang Yiwu's gaze swept across Jiang Wang, Li Longchuan, and Su Xiangqian. "You're very good. I'll remember it." As for Zhang Yong, who only showed a heavenly cycle realm cultivation, he ignored her. In fact, Zhang Yong's success made many people think differently about the dangers of the heaven's secret realm. They thought that maybe luck was more important than strength in this secret realm. Su Xiangqian was confused. "Go to the East King Valley if you're sick. What does it have to do with me?" He was from Green Cliff Academy and was not from Qi. He was not afraid of Wang Yiwu at all. He also lacked respect for De Qi's military god behind him. He felt that Cheng Gengxing would be letting down his eloquence if he didn't step forward to explain the situation. Although no one remembers what happened, Cheng Gengxing didn't say anything. "But if the 4 of us hadn't joined hands in the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm, I definitely wouldn't have been able to snatch the opportunity in front of him. In fact, he might not even be able to make it out alive." Although Wang Yiwu did have this intention, there were some things that could be maintained peacefully if they were not said out loud. Once they were said out loud, it would inevitably lead to conflicts. That was because some cultivators did not just represent themselves. To a certain extent, they also represented the face of their clans. Li Longchuan said coldly, "Wang Yiwu, you're too arrogant." Wang Yiwu didn't explain. That was what he meant. These people were a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing he couldn't bear. He only said to Cheng Gengxing, "Cheng Gengxing, you'd better stop while you're ahead. You have to know that the inner palace mystic realm is actually nothing. Brother Wang, this is the second time you've tried to persuade me. It's not a good idea to keep doing this in vain." Zhong Xianxing was still smiling, with a harmless look on his face. "Why don't you go back and try to persuade my elder brother? Maybe he'll listen to you." The brother Cheng Gengxing was talking about was naturally Yonggenzuan. Wang Yiwu didn't say anything else. He turned and left. He realized that he might be able to blow this fatty up 10 times with one punch, but he would never be a match for him in terms of talking. However, the other party was a direct descendant of the Zhanggenjia. He wasn't someone he could blow up just because he wanted to. As soon as Wang Yiwu left, Zhong Xuanxing immediately climbed up the pole and cupped his hands towards the few people. "Thank you for your help in the heavenly secret realm." He seemed to have completely forgotten how wary he was of Li Longchuan before entering the heaven's secret realm. He was much more considerate than Wang Yiwu. He didn't even forget to thank Zhang Yong. No one knew what happened in the heaven's secret realm, but there was nothing wrong with roping in a few friends. especially when these friends had mystic realm powers. Li Longchuan didn't want to interfere with the internal power struggle of the Zhanggenjia. He just smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Yong seemed to be very reserved. He wasn't used to this kind of situation. He just said, "What can I do to help? Maybe it's all thanks to your help." Well said, well said. Su Xiangqian didn't know whether he had helped or not, but he was shameless. Anyway, as long as there was gratitude, praise, he would accept it. Jiang Wang was also at the side, but he didn't say anything. However, he knew that he must have helped in the Heaven's secret realm because his sword was no longer with him. His sword had never left his hand even when he traveled thousands of mountains. It was even more so in the Heaven's secret realm. After traveling thousands of miles, he had comprehended 3 embryonic forms: the sword of sun, moon, and stars, the sword of mountains and rivers, and the sword of boundless human sea. Only at the moment of the sword would it be perfected. This was his biggest trump card now. Unfortunately, his body's memory had been erased. He didn't know which sword he had used. The Heaven's secret realm had already closed. Everyone chatted casually for a while and then dispersed. The Heaven's secret realm's grand event that happened once every 12 years had ended. Chung Gongxing looked back. 14, you're back. 14, who was fully armored, silently followed behind him. Jiang Wang walked beside him. He had never heard 14 say a word, but he inexplicably felt that the atmosphere between the two was very harmonious. We grew up together, Chung Gongxing said with a laugh when he noticed Jiang Wang's gaze. No wonder he didn't see 14 as a death warrior. Of the 2 friends who grew up together, one became the son of a famous family, and the other became a death warrior. It was inevitable that people would sigh at fate. But who said that fate wasn't like this? Walking out of the full moon lake, he was surprised to see Zhang Yong being surrounded by a group of people. She was very flustered. Chung Gongxing smiled and explained, "They're snatching talents." Although Wang Yiwu had said that the divine ability inner palace wasn't a big deal, perhaps he did have the qualifications to be so arrogant. But in fact, a future divine ability inner palace expert was enough to attract the attention of various forces. The reason why everyone surrounded Zhang Yong wasn't that they weren't interested in others, but that they knew their own limit. Su Xiangqian was from Green Cliff Academy, Li Longchuan was from the Stone Gately family, and Wang Yiwu was the army god's disciple. Chung Gongxing was the Zhanggenjia's disciple. Jiang Wang was originally his external aide, so he naturally belonged to the Zhanggenjia. They couldn't compete for it. Only Zhang Yong had a prominent ancestor. But after all, Feng Xianzhang had declined for a long time. There was still a big chance to fight for it. Looking at Zhang Yong's helpless appearance, Jiang Wang shouted, "Zhang Yong, are you still waiting for us?" Chung Gongxing was a smart person. He immediately went forward and hooked his arm around Zhang Yong's shoulder. "I told you to wait inside, but you just had to come out. Let's go, the food will be cold." Zhang Yong was also rescued from the crowd in a daze. After walking on the streets of Tianfu City for a while, Zhang Yong said shyly, "That, I don't want to join other families." Before she finished speaking, she lowered her head, looking very apologetic. Zhong Xianxing laughed loudly. It was probably because he was too shameless that he liked people who were shameless. "We are close comrades in arms in the Heavenly Palace mystic realm. Could it be that there is only a relationship of recruitment?" "No, that's not what I meant. All right, I won't keep you to drink." Chung Gongxing stopped there and patted Zhang Yong's shoulder. "Hurry up and go back. The people in your hometown must be waiting for you to return home in glory." Zhang Yong was still hemming and hawing. Jiang Wang said mischievously, "Hurry up and leave, or else that group of people will come to drag you away again." Hearing this, Zhang Yong didn't even bother to say goodbye and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Because there were too many shameless people in this world, sometimes shy and introverted people were actually very cute. But for some reason, looking at Zhang Yang's back, Jiang Wang suddenly had a familiar feeling. But he couldn't find where that feeling came from. Chapter 178. Somewhere deep in the mountains and forests, in a man-made open space, Zhao Ruqing lowered his head and sat on the ground. If it were someone familiar with Zhao Ruqing in Maplewood City, it would be very difficult for them to recognize him, because his long hair was disheveled, his robes were dirty and tattered, and he was even sitting on the ground. For Zhao Ruqing, who was used to being picky about food, clothing, housing, and transportation, this was simply unimaginable. However, at this moment, he was just sitting there sloppily, looking no different from an ordinary homeless person. Uncle Deng stood in front of him. His voice was still gentle, but there was a hint of doubt in it. "Have you really thought it through? Don't think about it anymore." Zhao Ruqing raised his head and said indifferently. His messy hair and dirty face couldn't hide his handsomeness. However, his face was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, it was so serious that it was almost cold. "Actually, in the past, when you were willing to waste your talent and waste your time, I tacitly approved of it. Not only because I don't want to interfere with your decision, but also because..." Uncle Deng sighed. "This is a scary world. The stronger you are, the more dangerous you will be. With your talent, there will be a day when you will encounter a danger that even I will not be able to resolve. Just like Maplewood City this time." Zhao Ruqing continued his words. His tone was very calm. However, it was this deliberately suppressed calmness that reflected the pain in his heart. "So," he said, "it's fine as long as you become stronger, as long as you're always stronger than danger." Uncle Deng was silent for a moment. Zhao Ruqing continued, "In the past, I always felt that there was no point in working hard. In any case, it was useless no matter how hard he tried. He might as well muddle along for one day at a time. The world is so big and life is so short. If you keep walking, you won't have to walk anymore. There's no need to work so hard. Every time I see Ling He, Jiang Wang, and the others desperately cultivating, I want to laugh. But the more I smile, the more my eyes get wet. At first, I didn't understand why I was crying. Later, I realized that I didn't want to laugh at them. I envied them. I didn't know what they would face in the future. I envied them for being able to move forward resolutely. I envy them. They have hope, direction, and future. Therefore, working hard was a happy thing. No matter how hard it is, it's still sweet. From the day I was born, I had no hope, no direction, and no future. The higher I stood, the darker I saw. So I envy them. I made friends with them. They treated me with sincerity and I treated them with sincerity. I laugh at them and expect them. I see a different life in them. But now..." Zhao Ruqing paused, then said, "Their hope, direction, and future have all been cut off. And I had a chance to stop all of this. If I hadn't wasted my time, perhaps I will never be able to save myself. But for a few moments, I might have been able to save someone I truly cared about. Now I want to work hard for a few moments." As Zhao Ruqing spoke, he adjusted himself from sitting to kneeling in front of Uncle Deng in an orderly manner. Uncle Deng watched in silence and did not reach out to stop him. Zhao Ruqing knelt down properly and said seriously, "I know you are very strong. I didn't care about that before. But now, please let me see how strong you really are. Please use all the methods you can imagine to temper me. Please let me see the Dengyu who broke the river with one finger. Please look forward to my efforts." He lowered his head and put his hands flat on his sides, then put his forehead on the ground. Uncle Deng was silent for a long time before he said, "Okay." Chung Gungxing was in a private residence in Tianfu City. With Chung Gungshing's status, he naturally had a lot of private properties. But in the past, it was impossible for him to own a private residence in Tianfu City, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. The Tianfu secret realm had lasted for so many years, and all the properties here had long been divided up. So when he first met with Jiang Wang, he could only choose to hold a banquet in the family's restaurant. That was why Chongxian Xian had rushed into the room halfway. Now, if Chongxian Xian dared to barge into this private residence without permission, Chung Gungshing would dare to kill him on the spot. After coming out of the Tianfu secret realm, this residence was transferred to Chung Gungshing's name. This was only a small part of the huge benefits that Chung Gungshing had gained. The Chongxian clan was a huge family, and its size was comparable to a county. Most of them were retainers, servants, and clan guardians. There were not many people who truly belonged to the Zhanggenjia, and the future heir of such a family would undoubtedly be one of the strongest thighs in the Qi division. No one was a fool, and there were many people who wanted to invest in him in advance. But Yung Genzuan was the undisputed first in line to inherit the Qi clan, and there were already people around him. The cost of investing in him was already so high that it made people's legs go weak. Chung Gungshing, who had appeared out of nowhere, satisfied everyone's expectations. As the only young master of the Zhanggenjia, who was competing with Yung Genzuan for the right to inherit the Qi clan, Chung Gungshing should have received more resources. But Yung Genzuan was too dazzling, and people couldn't see any possibility of success when it came to Chung Gungshing. The premise of burning the stove was that there was a possibility of revival and not wasting resources. The Zhanggenjia was such a big piece of fat meat, and there were naturally other competitors before Chung Gungshing. Those people were all very talented, but they were all overshadowed by Yung Genzuan and were easily swept out of the competition. In fact, if the people in power in the Zhanggenjia didn't need to beat Yung Genzuan for some inexplicable reasons, Chung Gungshing wouldn't have been able to stand out. So Chung Gungshing took the risk and obtained the right to lead the Zhanggenjia's exploration of the Heavenly Palace mystic realm by exchanging the resources he already had. He even needed to invite Jiang Wang, who was thousands of miles away, through the great illusionary realm. Because he didn't dare to trust anyone in his family, except for Shixing. If Jiang Wang didn't appear, he would rather leave that spot empty. Take Zhong Xuanxin for example. He kept referring to Brother Xing as his family and clansman. If he dared to bring Chongxian Xian into the Heavenly Palace mystic realm, the first person to stab him would be Chongxian Xen. Mental demon curses wouldn't work at all. Because if Chung Gungshing could use similar methods, Yung Genzuan would definitely know all of them, and even be able to break them all. And the reason why Chung Gungshing attached so much importance to this matter, and why even Yung Genzuan and Wang Yiwu personally took action. The Heavenly Palace mystic realm was Chung Gungshing's desperate gamble. This was his last hope. If he died in the Heavenly Palace mystic realm, then there was nothing to say. Even if he didn't die and was eliminated, he came out alive. Then everything would be over. The Zhanggenjia would belong to Yung Genzuan in the future, and he wouldn't be able to think about it anymore. However, he lived, became the winner of the Heavenly Palace mystic realm, and reserved the future of the divine ability inner mansion. His gamble had already succeeded. No matter how disdainful Wang Yiwu was about the divine ability inner mansion, he couldn't deny that from the moment he came out of the Heavenly Palace mystic realm, Chung Gungshing really had the qualifications to compete with Yung Genzuan. And the next period of time would be the period of rapid development for Chung Gungshing. All the resources that should have belonged to Yung Genzuan's competitors would all flock to him. The only thing Chung Gungshing needed to consider was how to digest them. If a snake swallowed an elephant, it would choke to death if it couldn't swallow it. If it swallowed, it would become a python. Chapter 179. Jiang Wang felt very helpless. From the moment they entered the courtyard, Chung Geng-shing hadn't let go of his hand. Of course, there was no problem with being courteous to the wise and being intimate. Chung Geng-shing had to do this. Even if he and Jiang Wang were already so friendly, there were still many people who secretly came into contact with Jiang Wang. And once he and Jiang Wang acted a little distant, the people who wanted to poach him could probably line up to the outside of Tianfu City. This was a future divine ability inner mansion. In the world, a divine ability inner mansion was a well-deserved expert, a hero of a region. Chung Geng-shing had to dispel those people's dirty thoughts. He didn't even mind if they had dirty misunderstandings. Therefore, he held Jiang Wang's hand even tighter. Let them misunderstand whatever they wanted. Old Jiang, you've helped me a lot. Before entering the Tianfu mystic realm, we've already said that if we fail, everything will be over. Don't mention anything. If we succeed, we'll celebrate and enjoy the blessings together. Chung Geng-shing's saliva flew everywhere. Cultivation methods, secret techniques, wealth, beauties, whatever you want, just say the word. Let go of my hand first. Ha ha. Chung Geng-shing didn't feel awkward at all. He insisted on pulling Jiang Wang to sit at the table before letting him go and saying, "Previously, in order to prepare for the Tianfu mystic realm, we've been trembling with fear all day, as if we were treading on thin ice. I didn't have time to properly entertain you. Come, try my cheese food." At this time, the courtyard was full of colorful decorations and brightly lit. It was a prosperous scene. However, if one could notice 14's solemn and silent gaze outside the door, perhaps they would truly understand what Chung Geng-shing meant by treading on thin ice. Who knew if today's blazing fire and oil would be tomorrow's withered flower? There weren't many dishes on the table, but they were all exquisite and had their own unique flavors. Among them, Jiang Wang's favorite was the 5-flavor dried pork. It tasted very good and the broth was very fresh. It was said that in order to make this dish's broth, one had to grind the beef and lamb bones, boil them to extract the juice, remove the foam, and stop to clear it before finally adding it into the dish. As for the Qi people's favorite dish, Jiang Wang wasn't used to it. The so-called Ming dish was to add tea to the dish, which was quite elegant. It was just that it couldn't erase the astringent taste. He thought that it was too bitter, and then would definitely not like it. After 3 rounds of wine, Chung Geng-shing brought up the topic again. Perhaps it was because he had drunk some wine, but his tone was much more sincere now. "You came all the way to the state of Qi to help me, but before entering the heavenly secret realm, I had to ask you to swear an oath on the heart demon curse." "Brother, I didn't handle this matter properly. But the heavens' secret territory is too important to me. I really don't dare to take any more risk." As he spoke, he moved closer to Jiang Wang. "Brother Jiang, if Brother Jiang has any requests, just let me know so that I can express my gratitude. Otherwise, I'll feel really bad." Jiang Wang shook his head. "There's no need to thank me. The God Power inner residence is already my reward. You don't owe me anything." At the table, only Jiang Wang and Chung Geng-shing were eating. 14 stood outside the door like a statue, not saying a word. They were always clad in armor, ready to fight at any moment. If Chung Geng-shing spoke from the bottom of his heart, Yonggenzuan might have the right to relax or even indulge, but how could he, Chung Geng-shing, have the right to celebrate? Now, he just barely had the right to stand in front of Yonggenzuan. All the extravagance that he had displayed now and even in the future was just to build up momentum. He had to show his confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to win the trust of others. The struggle for succession in a clan like Zhonggenjia was no less intense than in a small country. Brother Jiang, I won't lie. I've opened up the situation now, but it's still difficult. I don't have many trustworthy subordinates, and I'm very short of people, especially people like you. I hope you can lower yourself to be my follower and help me." You said you want to travel the world and hone your cultivation. But in Jungenjia, if you stand on my side, you'll encounter more and more intense challenges. Whether it's Yonggenzuan or Wang Yiwu, they're all first-class geniuses. If you fight with them, why would you need to travel the world to hone your skills? And I'll definitely fully guarantee your cultivation resources. This fatty was very eloquent. He turned a bad thing into a good thing, and turned danger into training. But in fact, for Jiang Wang, it didn't seem impossible. Seeing that Jiang Wang was still pondering, Cheng Gengxing said again, "You said before that something happened in your hometown, and you don't want to go back for the time being. It's not convenient for you to tell me, so I didn't ask what it was. Although I'm your follower in name, I actually treat you as a friend. If you need my help one day, no matter how far away I am, I'll definitely help you." Previously, when he helped Cheng Gengxing explore the Heaven's secret realm, it could be said that it was a deal. If he left now, there wouldn't be any problem. Yonggenzuan wouldn't do anything to him. But once he became Cheng Gengxing's follower, he would be involved in the competition between Cheng Gengxing and Yonggenzuan. Without a doubt, he would be involved in the most dangerous whirlpools in Qi. The risk was undeniably great, but the rewards were also very considerable. First of all, he could see the resources and support that belonged to Cheng Gengxing himself. Jiang Wang was poor now. He had neither a master nor a backer. Traveling the world alone was just one person, one sword, and one great illusionary realm. He needed resources. Secondly, he needed power. Whether it was facing the White Bone Path or Zhuangting, unless he could reach the sky in one step and rule the country, he would never be able to take revenge by himself. If he could help Cheng Gengxing become the successor of Jungenjia, then Cheng Gengxing's power would be at his disposal. Of course, this was the most difficult goal to achieve, but it was also the most tempting thing. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang stopped thinking and said directly, "I came to Qi because I believe in you. If I help you today, don't reject me when I ask for your help in the future. If you ask for something, I'll give it to you," Cheng Gengxing promised. Wine glasses clinked together, and there were all young voices. Chen State. In the Valley of No Return. The stream gurgled, the yellow dog lay idle, and the chicks pecked at the rice. A woman wearing a faceless mask landed in front of the stream, and threw a person in front of the hut casually, as if she was throwing a pile of trash. She shouted, "Old man! Old man!" An old roar sounded in the hut, and it was full of energy. "Who are you calling an old man? You have no sense of propriety. I'm in my prime." The woman couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, I heard you clearly." She went up and said loudly, "You insisted on cooperating with the White Bone Path. Now the White Bone Path is gone, and Ouyang Lai has no bones left. Who should I ask for help?" The old man dawdled for a while before walking out of the hut. He yawned slowly and said, "What White Bone Path?" The woman had already accepted her fate. She continued loudly, "It's that skeleton sect. They have an elder, the one who always rolls his eyes." "Ha ha, are you stupid, Yanzi? That's not rolling his eyes, that's an innate nether eye." The woman resisted the bulging veins. "The important thing is, Xiongwen died and you told me to go take a look. All of Maplewood City has fallen into the crevice between the netherworld and the modern realm. There aren't any clues. I was just outside Maplewood City, and I casually brought back a person." Sigh. The white-haired old man waved his hand and sighed. "If he's dead, he's dead. What's there to see? You told me to go take a look." Her voice became very low for some reason. Even the slow-witted white-haired old man felt a slight chill. He couldn't help but shrink back and change the topic. "Who is this person?" "I don't know, I don't recognize him. I casually brought him back." The woman was no longer angry, and she began to state her case. But after all, this was her boss, the head of the 9 great devils. She couldn't help but add, "He should be the only living person left in Maplewood City." then stay. The old man's reaction was very dull. You can just search his soul and ask him a few questions. What's the point of staying? He ate the blood restoration pill. His foundation has already been destroyed. Unless he scatters his meridians and starts all over again. Then scatter his meridians and start all over again. The old man said indifferently, forget about searching his soul. What can he know if he's so weak? Can he bear the pain of reconstructing his meridians? I don't hold any expectations. Don't underestimate the power of hatred. Don't underestimate the power of trash, either. Some trash, no matter how much you spur them, won't have any power. The woman's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. The old man didn't seem to understand and only sighed. Let's give it a try. Sigh, Little Tiger should have someone to fill in for him. Boss, Little Tiger has already been dead for a long, long time. The last 9th great devil was Little Bear. Bah, it's Xiongwen. The white-haired old man was already crouching next to the person on the ground. He didn't seem to notice the woman's words and asked, what's the situation with this person? Oh, he seems to have gone mad. The woman extended her foot and kicked the person on the ground. The person suddenly turned over and shouted, I'm not trash, I'm not trash. His eyes were lifeless, and his expression was deranged. The white-haired old man only waved his hand in front of him, and he calmed down. He's not completely mad. He just couldn't take the stimulation for a while. It's easy to deal with. The woman shook her head. She wasn't interested in these things. Then, I'll leave him to you. I'll go first. Yen Zi. The old man looked back as he spoke, but the woman had already disappeared. She really was swift and decisive. He couldn't help but pat his head. What did I want to say? Forget it. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that was worth his attention. There was nothing that he couldn't forget it or forget it. He slowly turned around and stared blankly for a long time. It was unknown what he was thinking. The old yellow dog lying in front of the door suddenly barked. The old man seemed to wake up with a start. He lowered his head to look at the lifeless person on the ground. He extended a shriveled finger covered in wrinkles and tapped the person's forehead. The person was still for a while, and his lifeless eyes gradually came to life. Disgust, hatred, sorrow, suffering, it was as if all the emotions were squeezed together and appeared in those painful eyes. Kid, what's your name? Fong. Fong. He Ling. Chapter 180. On the morning of the second day after he agreed to be Cheng Gongxing's follower, Jiang Wang had already finished his morning lesson. He was using his Tao energy to carefully cleanse the heaven and earth gate, making it clearer in preparation for the next step of advancement. Cultivation was the work of accumulation over time. He couldn't slack off. Now that his 9 star rivers were spinning endlessly, and the star-twining spirit snake was very flexible, he didn't have to worry about his Tao energy reserve. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Come in. Before Jiang Wang could finish his sentence, Cheng Gongxing, the fatty, had already rolled in front of him while he was still meditating on the bed. He was all smiles, and 3 jade lots appeared in his hand like magic. These are the wood element offensive Tao techniques you want. They're all second-class upper class, the limit of the heaven ascension state. The best of the best. Since he had decided to be Cheng Gongxing's follower, Jiang Wang naturally wouldn't be polite. Last night, he had mentioned that he wanted a second-class upper-class wood element Tao technique to be used in the Heaven Ascension Palace's brand. This was the disadvantage of being alone. If it were other disciples of famous sects, they would have already chosen the Tao technique they wanted to use before they advanced. Unlike him, he had been in the Heaven Ascension state for so long, but the second instantaneous Tao technique slot was still empty. He hadn't been able to increase his combat strength in time, and could only rely on a flame flower to deal with it. After becoming Cheng Gongxing's follower, Only half a night had passed. Chung Gung-shing had gotten 3 Dao techniques that met his requirement. The fatty's eyes were obviously full of expectation for praise, but his words were very light. Zhenggenjia doesn't have a deep understanding of wood element Dao technique. Among the second-class upper-class Dao techniques, only 2 are good to me. I asked another friend for the other one. You can choose first. If you don't like it, I'll go find another one. Jiang Wang took the jade lots and looked at them. He said casually, "Your friend is quite strong." Chung Gung-shing didn't care if he could sit down or not. He squeezed his butt next to him and said meaningfully, "I only found out that I have so many friends after coming out of the Heaven's secret realm." This was to comfort Jiang Wang and tell him that they were good friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Jiang Wang didn't really care about this. His attention was already attracted by the 3 jade lot. It wasn't that he wasn't satisfied, but that he was too satisfied. He was so satisfied that he didn't know how to choose. The Dao techniques recorded on the 3 jade lots were Sea of Flowers, Crown of Thorns, and Binding Tiger. The Sea of Flowers was poisonous and had a hallucinogenic effect. It was very suitable for group battles. If he could carve the flower print C, it would be equivalent to laying out a battlefield that was beneficial to him at all times. It could be said that with this move, he wasn't afraid of being besieged. The Crown of Thorns looked like a defensive Dao technique, but it was actually an enhancement Dao technique. Its effect was to stimulate one's potential. After using this technique, the power of the user's next Dao technique would increase by 20 to 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%. For a high-grade second-grade Dao technique, it could directly increase its power to an A-grade Dao technique. For high-grade third-grade Dao techniques, such as Flame Flower, it could directly increase its power to a mid-grade second-grade Dao technique. Binding Tiger was a control-type Dao technique. There were 5 elements in heaven and earth, and there were 5 qi in the human body. Wood elemental essence energy not only filled heaven and earth, but also contained wood qi in the human body. The principle of Binding Tiger was to draw out the wood qi in the opponent's body and use it to bind the opponent's body. Of course, the specific effect would change according to the opponent's degree of control over the body. For example, the effect of this Dao technique on Jiang Wang before he mastered the 4 spirits body tempering art and on Jiang Wang after he mastered the 4 spirits body tempering art were completely different. But no matter what, as a control-type Dao technique that had almost no room for evasion, there was no doubt that Binding Tiger was excellent. The 3 Dao techniques that Chung Gung-shing took out were all exquisite. Among the high-grade second-grade Dao techniques, they were comparable to the Flame Flower in the C-grade Dao technique. The so-called exquisite Dao techniques referred to Dao techniques whose value exceeded the scope of their grade. They were very rare, and many cultivators would not even see them in their entire life. These Dao techniques were more precious than Dao techniques of a higher grade, because they could be formed under one's current level of cultivation. Perhaps even the Qinghe County Dao Academy would find it difficult to come up with such precious Dao techniques, let alone 3 Dao techniques at once. Was this called not having a deep understanding of the wood elemental Dao techniques? This was blatant boasting of wealth. Jiang Wang wanted to smash Chung Gung-shing's fat flesh. But when he thought about how these Dao techniques were taken out for him to choose from, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. After much consideration, Jiang Wang accepted the jade slip that recorded Binding Tiger. To him, this Dao technique was the most suitable for his current combat system. It could perfectly complement his attack methods and maximize his combat power. Chung Gung-shing smiled and stuffed the remaining 2 jade slips back. Remember to return the jade slips to me after you're done learning them. These are the original, not the replicas. These 3 Dao techniques were all given to Jiang Wang. Whether it was for his friend or for his so-called right-hand man's emotional investment, Chung Gung-shing's generosity was not small. These were exquisite second-grade Dao techniques, not common good. They were even more valuable than ordinary first-grade Dao technique. And he gave away 3 Dao techniques at once. Jiang Wang didn't say much and accepted the 3 jade slips. What he said was his promise. As long as it was his promise, he would do his best to fulfill it, putting aside the fact that they were friends. From an investment point of view, no matter what Cheng Gongxing invested in him, he would definitely show his worth and give Cheng Gongxing a sufficient return. After Jiang Wang put away the jade slips, Cheng Gongxing stuck his head out and waved to the outside. "By the way, I have a gift for you." 14 walked in from outside the door, holding a jade box in his hands. After all, they had seen each other many times. Jiang Wang smiled as a greeting. Unexpectedly, 14 nodded back at him. He thought that this armored man wouldn't respond to anyone other than Cheng Gongxing. It seemed that 14 also recognized his importance to Cheng Gongxing. "What is this?" Jiang Wang asked. Cheng Gongxing stuffed the jade box into Jiang Wang's hands and narrowed his eyes. "Open it and take a look." Jiang Wang silently moved to the side and put some distance between them before opening the jade box. What entered his eyes was a jade-green fruit. It was shaped like an apricot with green stripe. Just looking at it made him feel refreshed and full of vitality. Smelling it made him feel relaxed and happy, and the room was full of fragrance. "Pa!" Cheng Gongxing closed the jade box and explained, "This thing is ripe. Either you eat it immediately or the medicinal effect will run away." Jiang Wang was moved. He looked at Cheng Gongxing and didn't speak for a while. "Don't look at me so emotionally." "Ah." Cheng Gongxing smiled awkwardly and said, "I have already asked someone to get this longevity fruit. I wasn't sure if I could get it, so I didn't tell you in advance. Eat it. It shouldn't be a problem to increase your lifespan by 10 years. This time, Jiang Wang was really moved. The reason why he worked so hard and didn't relax at any time and couldn't bear to rest for a moment. There was a very important reason. Time was what he lacked the most. He knew that his lifespan was damaged. However, anything that could increase one's lifespan was extremely precious. Previously, he had obtained a life-nourishing pill in the Unation, which increased his lifespan by 1 year, but the effect was just a drop in the bucket. If it weren't for Yin Guan, he might not have been able to take away that life-nourishing pill. This longevity fruit could increase one's lifespan by 10 times, but how could its value be just 10 times? It was impossible for Cheng Gongxing to get such a rare thing overnight. The operation time was indispensable. In other words, it was very likely that Cheng Gongxing could tell that his lifespan was damaged the moment he saw him. Then, he immediately mobilized his connections to find longevity-extending treasures. This kind of preparation was done before they entered the Heaven Palace mystic realm, and before he agreed to help Cheng Gongxing compete for the patriarch position. This kind of intention was more valuable than the longevity fruit itself. "Brother Chongxian, this..." Jiang Wang didn't know what to say. Cheng Gongxing stopped him. "Don't say anything. You are worth it." The fatty looked at him and repeated in a firm tone, "You, Jiang Wang, are definitely worth it." He was about to use his eloquence to deepen his relationship with Jiang Wang. Suddenly, he felt something and turned his head. "Who is it?" Chapter 181. Almost at the same time that Cheng Gongxing spoke, Jiang Wang had already rushed out of the door. He formed a sword with his right hand and stirred the purple energy. The person outside the door seemed to be caught off guard and subconsciously formed a shield of heavy water in front of him. However, as the sword energy surged, the heavy water droplets splashed in all directions like stones. Jiang Wang's left hand reached in, and a flame flower bloomed on his fingertip and bloomed in front of the person's face. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a single exchange. 14 and Chung Gungxing were only one step behind when Jiang Wang subdued the opponent. Chongxian Xian? Chung Gungxing frowned. The person who was held back by Jiang Wang's flame flower was none other than Chongxian Xian. He had a hooked nose that left a deep impression, but at this moment there was no trace of arrogance in him. When he saw Chung Gungxing, he actually knelt down with a thud. "Brother Xing, I'm here to apologize to you." Seeing him like this, Jiang Wang flipped his hand and held the flame-extinguishing flower, standing still silently. No matter what Chung Gungxing's attitude was, at least on the surface, he was Chung Gungxing's right-hand man now. Some things should only be decided by Chung Gungxing. When he felt the scorching aura disappear, cold sweat dripped down Chongxian Xian's forehead. Only now did he realize how big the gap between him and Jiang Wang was. Only now did he understand why Chung Gungxing insisted on choosing Jiang Wang to accompany him into the heavens' secret territory. "Apologize for what? I don't quite understand," Chung Gungxing said with narrowed eyes. Chongxian Xian knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "It's all my fault for being so cowardly. I couldn't stand being scared. After being threatened, he came to oppose Big Brother Xing. I know I was wrong. Brother Xing, you can hit or punish me, I'll accept it." "What are you saying? Who has the guts to threaten the people of the Zhonggenjia?" Chung Gungxing lowered his voice and immediately showed his prestige. Yes, Chongxian Xian was shocked, but he didn't dare to say that name. "If you don't want to talk about it, then go back." "Yonggenzuan. It's Yonggenzuan." Chongxian Xian gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "This man is narrow-minded and vicious. He doesn't care about kinship and harbors a grudge against you, Brother Xing. He's doing everything he can to target you." "Nonsense. How could my brother Zun be such a person?" Chung Gungxing said with a straight face, "Don't you dare slander me." Chongxian Xian was stunned for a moment. He didn't know if he should continue to scold him. "That's enough." Chung Gungxing's expression softened. "Get up quickly. We are brothers from the same sect. What kind of misunderstanding can't be resolved? When have I ever resented you?" "Thank you for your magnanimity, Brother Xing." Chongxian Xian stood up and couldn't help but wipe his sweat. He secretly regretted that he had been so stupid to get involved in the competition between these two bastards. Now that he didn't get what he wanted, Yonggenzuan had a lot of talents on his side and didn't even look him in the eye. He had offended Chung Gungxing again. Now that Chung Gungxing was going to use the inner residence, his reputation suddenly rose. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to come and ask for forgiveness. He didn't want to wait until Chung Gungxing came to settle the score. He didn't expect to be restrained by Jiang Wang as soon as he entered the courtyard. Chung Gungxing had subdued Chongxian Xian with a few words. He didn't want to waste too much time on him and casually said, "Then you can go back first. If there's anything else, I'll send someone to inform you. If you have any difficulties, you can also come to me." "Brother Xing, I'll definitely follow your lead." Chongxian Xian hurriedly expressed his determination and left the place as if he was fleeing from a disaster. Chongxian Xian's defection was just one of the microcosms of the competition between Chung Gungxing and Yonggenzuan. It wasn't enough to move him. He laughed and said to Jiang Wang, "I just took over here yesterday and dismissed a lot of servants. As a result, the security wasn't tight enough and let this kid barge in. It was a false alarm." Jiang Wang didn't know much about politics, nor did he have the opportunity to receive such education. Therefore he asked, "Is this person reliable?" "He definitely isn't." "Then why do you still use him?" Brother Jiang, the gap between Yonggenzuan and I is in many ways. This gap can't be erased for a long time in the foreseeable future. He has the right to be picky, but I don't," Chung Gungxing said frankly. "And in this world, no matter who it is, what it is, even if it's a piece of coal or a piece of scrap paper, they all have their uses. Reliable things have their uses, and unreliable things have their uses. Jiang Wang nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't formed his own force yet, and had never received instruction in this field before. Cheng Gengsheng's words had undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for him. Brother Jiang, Cheng Gengsheng said with a smile, when you went out with your sword just now, I suddenly thought of someone. Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. Who? The same white hair, the same sharp sword Qi, Cheng Gengsheng said, one of the lords of the Southern Dipper Palace, immortal 7 kills, Lu Shuanghe. As Cheng Gengsheng spoke, he shook his head. We are still far from that kind of big shot. Yes, Jiang Wang said. Cheng Gengsheng didn't notice the bitterness in his voice, because it was too faint and too far away. Next, you should focus on cultivating. Open the heaven and earth gate as soon as possible and explore the torso sea. The sooner you realize your potential, the more helpful it will be for me, he said encouragingly. Lu Shuanghe also ascended from our realm. Jiang Wang smiled. Okay. After Cheng Gengsheng and Shi Si left the courtyard, Jiang Wang looked at the bright sky and sighed in disappointment. Only Dongjin could be called a perfected person of the present age, immortal 7 kills, Lu Shuanghe. If he hadn't been pushed into the river back then, would he have the power to take revenge now? After walking out of Jiang Wang's courtyard, Shi Si followed silently behind him. Cheng Gengsheng suddenly asked, Are you wondering why I value Jiang Wang so much? Shi Si still didn't say anything, but Cheng Gengsheng already understood, so he asked, Am I a genius? Shi Si nodded. There was no doubt about it. If Cheng Gengsheng was a mediocre person, no one would be able to help him to face Yung Genzuan. He is more of a genius than I am, Cheng Gengsheng said. When I first met him in the great illusionary land, even if I limited my strength, defeating him was as easy as blowing off dust. But not long after, I had no choice but to use my full strength. Later on, even when I used my full strength, I only had a slight advantage. I really don't remember what happened in the heavenly secret land. But just now, when he defeated Chongxian, he might not be weaker than me. I have the resources of the Zhonggenjia, and I have access to the top cultivation knowledge. What does he have? If he had the resources and the means, he wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to take risks with me. Although we had a good time talking in the great illusionary land, it wasn't enough for him to come to Qi. The speed of his progress made me believe in his future. The way Cheng Gengsheng and Shi Si got along seemed to be that Cheng Gengsheng talked to himself, while Shi Si just listened in silence, occasionally nodding or shaking his head. Of course, this is not the most important thing, Cheng Gengsheng said. The most important thing is that he is a very reliable person. Take the matter of Lian Ke as an example. His choice seemed very stupid. I didn't hesitate to offend Lian Ke, and told him the value of the life card. Yet, he chose to return Lian Ke's life token for a ridiculous reason. You won't see such a person in the Zhonggenjia. I won the longevity fruit for him because I invested a lot in his talent. Then I begged him to stay and help me because of this ridiculous reason. This person's promise is much more reliable than the Great Heart Demon curse. In this world, the only person I can trust without reservation is you. But if there is a second person, I think Jiang Wang is worth trusting. Shi Si, just wait and see. I will win step by step. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.